How are you doing, guys? Big Mech Dan School here today, back with another video for you, another live stream rather. Just get myself settled on my desk and everything. Let me know if you can hear me. You should be able to, but fingers crossed. Let's see. I was about to start sharing this actually, and then I completely forgot what I was doing after I sat down. So I need to just share this in a couple of places, and then we'll crack on with what I'm working on today, which is zombies. Thanks very much for the 2 likes already. I only have 1 concurrent viewer, so it's good to see 2 likes on the old system there. I'm just going to go to my channel out of curiosity, because it seems like I created 2 separate live videos then. No, well, there's only 1 there now. So, videos. Old man and technology, eh? It's an absolute catastrophe sometimes. Yeah, so I'm going to be working on some Zombicide Zombies today. Share. Copy link. And I'll show you what I'm doing with them. I think I've got miniatures 27 to 40 in my... I've got like 16 miniatures altogether. So it should be 27 to 40 in my hobby challenge. I had a bit of a disaster last night. My hobby's 365 challenge. Had a bit of a disaster last night in the a light dropped onto some of the miniatures I've already painted this year and broke 3 of them. So I'm going to fix them as well. I'll show you them shortly. But yeah, I'm going to get them fixed up as well, and hopefully looking sharp. Don't want to do any of that. I just want to go to the Chilling Wargamers community group. Photo. That one. Next. Copy, paste. Live on YouTube now. Minis, painting. 27 to 40 of my attempt. It's exciting, isn't it? To paint a mini a day for the year. Full stop. Wow. Copy, post, back. Edic Bay Wargamers Unification Group. Oh, clicky neck. I'm going to get back to Orc soon, I swear, if the single person watching is an Orc fan. I'll get back to some Orcs soon. I just want to get a little bit ahead of myself with these zombies. So I've got a little bit of a buffer there, because the Sisters of Battle miniatures that I recently painted, they kind of took a little bit more time than I'd wanted. So I thought I need to build up a bit of a buffer first before I concentrate on some minis like that. Let's get showing you. I'll tell you what, I'll show you the Sisters of Battle minis. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Didn't sort out the focus on this camera, so I'll have to do it live, but not to worry. I'll show you the broken Sisters of Battle that that occurred last night, and then you can laugh at me, my misfortune. If you are here watching, feel free to say hi, so I know who's watching. And if you're a bit shy, don't worry about it. I'm not going to draw loads of questions out of you, or ask loads of questions to you. What's that? Oh, right, okay. Right, let's crack on with the desk down cam. Oh no, that's completely pointing in the wrong direction. Boom, there we go, desk down. Look at these Sisters of Battle, absolutely broken. Probably going to be painting about here, so let's try and focus on them there. I'm just going to alter the focus on this camera, then we can start talking about these broken minis in front of me. Where are we? Desk cam, properties, or configure video. Camera controls, focus. Focus, it's normally about 43 I think. Of course I lose that. Let's go down from 40. No. Yeah, it's about 43. 38. Let's leave on. Let's try 40 and see what it does. Change it like that instead. Yeah, nah. It doesn't let you type it. That's stupid. Anyway, let's go to that and see if we can adjust anything to try and make this image a little bit better. Sharpness, saturation. Turn down the sharpness. Up the saturation. No, we don't want that. Yeah, we'll leave it there. It looks about right to me. And we will crack on with some mini painting. Yeah, I've just shared it in a couple of groups. We won't crack on with mini painting just yet because I wanted to talk you through what happened here with these Sisters Battle miniatures. So basically, I've got these lights that you clip on to things, and I sort of had it clipped onto a clamp. Just out of shot there. And the Sisters of Battle miniatures were on a turntable just beneath where it was clipped onto a clamp. And I think I knocked it somehow. I stood up and I knocked it, and it just fell off and hit all the Sisters of Battle miniatures that I painted last week. So I'll just need to go in and repair them. It's not looking too bad. They're relatively clean snaps and everything. So it's just going to be a case of pinning the pieces back in place and do a bit of tidy up work around those areas. This one snapped in two places, so her arm snapped off the body and the sword snapped off the arm, and then this one, just the sword snapped off. So it's not too bad really. The sword's a little battle damaged anyway, but hey, there we go. We'll get these out of the way and we'll get some Zombicide miniatures in shot. You'll notice I've painted 3 Zombicide miniatures. Oh, that's not even in position there. I painted, oh, just a size comparison if you're wondering about how big the Zombicide miniatures are. Put that about there, and that's roughly how big they are. They're just a little smaller than a Sisters Battle miniature. So about the same size as a Guardsman, but more naturally proportioned, I'd say. So it's more like true scale rather than heroic scale of 40k figures. Let's try not to lose these now. Right, so here's a Zombicide miniature that I've already finished this one. I might put a bit of a wash on the base or something just to darken up that base. I use Celestial Grey on the base because the sidewalk or the pavement in the game is quite light, and the road is a little bit darker. And I put a bit of blood splatter using Blood for the Blood God all over these miniatures. So there you go. They're my zombie miniatures so far. I went for a little bit of a Kill Bill slash is it Enter the Dragon, the Bruce Lee, where he wears that iconic yellow and black stripe sort of recreational suit, shall we say, tracksuit, and I put like parts of numbers on that are on the Zombicide board as well. So anyway, let's get some more miniatures in shot that we're going to actually be painting. So technically, that's these 3 miniatures here that are finished. Those 3 that are finished there at the back of the shot, they are miniatures 27, 28 and 29. And then I've got 5 miniatures ready to go on the desk here, all fleshed up in the fleshy colours. Did a really simple technique for the fleshy colours. And yeah, I'm going to crack on with these and 8 other miniatures that are the same as the ones I've painted and am painting here. Just going to grab a sip of my coffee, and then we can crack on with some painting. Got my pickle jar mug here. Ah, wrong way. It's always good to support your fellow YouTubers as and when you can, and especially when they've got a discount on their merchandise store. Right. Oh, you need to get that out of the way, don't you? Silly boy. I think I need to reposition this camera somewhat. There we go, that's probably about right. And get my water into a better position. Move them zombies over here. They can just be in the background for the time being. With the Blood for the Blood God, I find it a little bit difficult to sort of get the technique right. It seems simple enough. You just get a toothbrush and flick it on. But my Blood for the Blood God's a bit old, and I think I've never used it. So I got it on there and I was trying to flick it, but it wasn't flicking anywhere. Although the bristles seem to have stiffened up a bit now, so maybe it's going to flick a bit better now. But yeah, it was just all sticking to the bristles and not really moving off them. So I ended up just having to sort of whack the miniatures a bit like that and get some blood stain on there. Interesting that I scheduled a stream last night. Just going to have a look on my YouTube channel actually, because I've still got no viewers, which is, whilst I will continue to stream without viewers, it's just a little off-putting. So I'm going to investigate that I've not got another stream running at the same time. So give me 2 seconds and then we can crack on with the painting. I'm going to be using mostly contrast paints on these miniatures anyway, to keep them nice and simple. I don't know if you can run 2 streams at once on YouTube. I know you can start one and then it not work and then start another, but I don't know if you can actually run 2 at once. Your channel. Because if I'm running 2 at once, I'll need to cancel one. It still says 1 watching. Videos, live, uploads, live now. Right, so I've only got 1 video live now. That's fine. Past live streams. Does it show one? No, it doesn't. Right, so I have only got 1 video live. No worries. Let's just crack on and see how we get on. If you are watching and you're talking in the chat and I don't appear to be responding to you, maybe refresh my channel and hopefully you'll come to this video. I've got 2 likes anyway, but I think that's probably from when I posted it last night. It's just a little odd doing this without anybody commenting in the chat, because I don't know if you can hear me and stuff. I assume you can, and I can find out actually thinking about it just by unmuting myself. Refresh my channel. Yeah, you can hear me. I'm a little quiet there, but let me just speakers are at 33%. That's probably why I'm a little quiet. To be fair. Commenting in the chat because I don't know. I assume you can, and I can find out. Yeah, so it sounds alright to me. Yeah, if I'm a little quiet or anything, if you join me at any stage, and obviously you won't be seeing this if you're not watching now, but if you join me at any stage and you feel I'm a little quiet, I'm sure you'll let me know. So let's crack on with the painting of the miniatures. Don't need a dry brush yet. I was looking at getting some Winsor & Newton brushes. I was speaking to Orky from Let's Make It Orky. I need to mute that again, don't I? I was speaking to Orky from Let's Make It Orky, and she was telling me which Winsor & Newton brushes she's got. Just the Galleria ones. What colour should we do this lady and her dress? You see, I should have got the ones I've already painted and put them in front of me so I don't know not to do the same colours. I think I might try a black on a dress, you know. I'm tempted to anyway. I'm also tempted to do a flesh colour over the tights there. Before I go in with a black, like a deep flesh colour. A darker flesh. And then go in with a thin down black on the tights. That's what I might do. Because I've got Gilliman flesh as the main flesh colour on them, but then I dry brushed it with Pallid Witch flesh. Just to give him that sort of dead look. He's quite a bit too pinky for my liking, but yeah, I thought, you know what, a bit of variation. It's gonna be alright. Let's get a bit of dark earth flesh on these tights. Need to remember where to position my minis as well. Whilst I just place them down. The downside of having the webcam on this side is that I come across the camera to get things from the part and the palette and stuff like that. So my hand blocks the camera frequently. What I should do is put another table here just to the right of me or something. So that's a thought for the future that I'll forget immediately. We've got 2 concurrent viewers now. If you have just joined us, feel free to let me know that you can hear me okay and everything, and say hi in the chat and whatnot. But you know, it's okay if you don't want to be a little bit shy. Right, so dark earth flesh on these tights. or stockings rather than tights. And then, yeah, I think I'll go with a black over the top of them, but I just kind of want to get a fleshy tone beneath that, first of all, and establish that fleshy tone before I go with the black Templar over the top of them. Oh, that's close to my pot, isn't it? Just looks like a bit of coffee stain in here on her legs now. Classic World War II. Couldn't get nylon into the country techniques. So the ladies used to use a bit of gravy stain on the legs, I think, to make the legs look tan before the days of fake tan, of course. The thing with streaming with very few viewers and no one being active in the chat as well is, I think I just tend to ramble a bit, which some people probably like, but it's it makes my voice sort of go, or my throat sort of go dry and that, and then I tend to start to cough and stuff. The more I talk on stream, the more likely I am to just start having a coughing fit. Just occurred to me that I think this playlist, there's a little bit of swearing in some of these songs on this playlist. And my YouTube channel I like to keep clean if possible. But yeah, it only just occurred to me then. I think I heard a certain word and I was like, that's no good for my YouTube channel. My Twitch channel, I'm a bit more adult on, shall we say. You know, a bit less child friendly on my Twitch channel, which I don't mind because it's a separate platform, and yeah, so something to bear in mind for the future again as well, I suppose. Right, got them legs adequately coffee stained now, I think. She got any situation on her? No. Just looking at her shoes, seeing what sort of shoes she's got on, see if she's got any straps with gaps. So if she had a gap, I'd put a little dab of the Dark Coast Flesh there as well. Right, is there any of these lads and lady that want that sort of treatment as well, the coffee stain on the legs? I don't think, not on the legs, but just anywhere on the miniature. That it'd look quite good. Could give someone some light brown shoes. They look good actually, but just from a distance. From a distance. Yeah, from a distance they look quite good with just the coffee stain on the legs. It looks like she's got a pair of tights on. I like it. What I tend to do when I'm painting these minis, I found yesterday, is I just sort of keep rotating them. Yeah, what I'll do is these three first, and I'll do them three and two rather next. I'll just keep rotating them and rotating my paints. It's quite an interesting and sort of higgledy-piggledy way of doing it, I suppose. But yeah, I seem to get the models painted reasonably fast, so I'm quite happy with that. Continuing to use that technique. It's not like true batch painting, where you're using one colour on a miniature and then you use the same colour on the next miniature and so on and so forth. It's more like a chaotic batch painting. It is a Sunday morning here in the UK, so I can't expect too many viewers, I suppose. I used to get Australians tuning in at this time, and I used to quite enjoy streaming at this time. There's not many, like I've only got supposedly 2 viewers now, so I won't say this yet. If I get a few more viewers later on, well, I will say this now, but then I'll say it later on again. Basically, I'm going to be changing my channel schedule a little bit just tweaking it slightly. So I have a video go out on Tuesdays and live stream on Sundays. I used to do a live stream on Sundays and a live stream on Tuesdays. But then I was trying to get videos out on Sundays and live streams on Tuesdays. But with my work schedule now, I'm going to revert to live stream on Sunday and a video on Tuesday. So I've got a product to unbox. Over a number of products to unbox from RTLW, and now that'll go up on a channel on the channel on Tuesday instead of today, which is when it was supposed to go up. I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking it'd look good with a sort of tan shirt, the same colour as her tights perhaps, but maybe not. I'm not entirely convinced. Snakebite leather, we don't want that. Dark Earth Flash. Should we go back to the Dark Earth Flash or try Skeleton Cord on it? No, go Dark Earth Flash. I don't think that should be there. I've tried to keep my paints relatively organised into two separate sort of paint holders, and it's not proving difficult, but I keep just slightly putting the wrong paints in the wrong places. Hard to see exactly where these shirts end, if I'm honest. They're not like the most detailed of miniatures, but they're very good detail for a board game, I'd say. There's plenty of detail on there. Looks like he's got a pen in his pocket, I've just realised. Something I didn't do before I started the stream was brush my teeth, and I wish I had now because my mouth feels dirty. Something you want to hear on a Sunday morning, isn't it? Got onto his arm a little bit there, not to worry though. These are only chaff minis. What's a chaff mini, I hear you ask? Well, in harvesting, I suppose, when you're harvesting grain and you want to make bread or flour basically. I think for flour, you sort the wheat from the chaff before you start grinding the wheat into flour, and the chaff is like the shells of the wheat, I think, and like all the excess bits that you don't want. And yeah, the chaff. When you say a chaff miniature, to me it means like something you've got a lot of that you're not that bothered about. Yeah, and it's important to remember, I think, especially for younger or less experienced hobbyists, when you see a paint name, don't necessarily apply that name literally. So this is called Dark Earth Flash, so it's a flesh colour. But you don't have to... Brack the War Boss, good day mate, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's important for newer hobbyists, I think, to remember. Are you working on anything this evening, or are you about to get ready for bed or something like that? Important to remember that you don't have to apply the names literally to the miniatures. Sorry, to the paints. So, like Dark Earth Flash doesn't have to be applied to Flash. There's a lot of flesh paints that are actually quite good colours that you don't have to apply to the flesh, but it's you know, tempting when you're a youngster. For me, for sure, it was to just apply those colours where they seem most appropriate. Like there was a colour called Scorpion Green years ago. It's like Moot Green now, basically, I think. And it's Moot Green, or maybe Snot Green. I think it's Moot Green. I think Snot Green's more like a jade green. Yeah, so when I was younger, I put Scorpion Green all over my Striking Scorpions as like a base coat and like the only layer. Because I didn't know any better. It's like Scorpion Green. It must make your Striking Scorpions look like they do in the Codex. But it didn't. It was more like the highlight colour that GW had been using on those old Metal Striking Scorpion miniatures. Right, so what colour should we do next? Should we give him a grey trouser, a blue jean? I'm not too sure, to be honest. A black trouser. Let's go black trouser, and then we can do her black dress as well. And then what colour trouser should we give him? I think, look, I want to keep him with a white vest almost. We might give him, I don't know, black jeans. Could give him khaki pants with the flesh. Same way I have done with the shirt there. Yeah, I keep closing this pot, but it keeps getting opened again. Khaki. Marcos Castellanos. Whoa! You're up late, mate. Welcome to the stream. I haven't been able to catch a stream in a while. I'm going to be switching to... Yeah, I noticed you didn't come in on Tuesday, actually. But I'm going to be switching to Sunday streaming again for a little while, just to test it out against my work schedule. Because in work, I've got a lot of early mornings. So streaming in the evening is kind of... it's becoming stressful. Because I have to get home, get my tea down me, have a bath maybe, and then you know, start streaming straight away, and then after streaming I go straight to bed. So I'm going to do the Monday stream on Twitch regularly. Am I keeping up with the 365 challenge? Well, these miniatures that I've painted here are miniatures 27, 28 and 29, so I'm technically 2 days behind, but I'm planning on painting 14 miniatures in total, well 14 zombies including these three, so I'll be ahead then. Hopefully on this stream, but you know, maybe I'll finish them off later in the day. But yeah, so my stream schedule is going to be changing slightly. I'm going to be putting a video up on Tuesdays, and I'm going to be streaming on Sundays again, early morning Sundays. I might add another stream later on Sundays as well. We'll see. But if I do, it'll probably be a Twitch stream. I won't want to stream twice on the same platform in one day. But yeah, so I'm sort of keeping up with the schedule, sort of. And I am changing my YouTube channel schedule as well. Not bad, relaxing with a nice cold beer before dinner arrives. Nice one, mate. Good to hear. What's for dinner? I finally finished Gazgul. Brilliant stuff, Marcos. Is it all shared and everything in the 40k Orc community? That's what it's called, isn't it? The 40k Orc community? I think it is. Oh, my coffee machine's turning off and I feel like I want another coffee. This one's gone cold. Just hear it turning off in the kitchen. All by itself. Draining the pipes there. Yes. Yeah, so on Freakin' Mythos, Frost and Fists, on their stream on Friday, they featured an Instagram profile of someone I suggested to them called the Squigglebowski. If you're not already following him, go and check him out, because there's some amazing stuff on his profile. He's a regular in Let's Make It Orky on Twitch. He's a regular in her chat, and he does some fantastic squigs. And I know the 40k competition for January, the Orc 40k community competition for January and Discord competition, is squigs. So I think it was mostly Zen. Tried to encourage him to enter one of his squigs into this January competition, but he was like, he's from the Midlands, so he's like, I'm in one Discord, and before that I was in no Discords. I'm not going to be joining loads of Discords. Oh, no. It was funny. Anyway, he's a bit like me. I found that I've started joining Discords recently, and I'm only active in one Discord really. I'll pop up in the others now and again, so I'll pop up in the 40k community Discord now and again. But the main one I'm active in is Let's Make It Orky. I pop up in the others now and again with like work in progress and stuff like that. But I just find it a bit of an odd platform, Discord. It's alright, and I enjoy things like the voice chats you can do and stuff. But again, the main one I'm doing voice chats in is the Let's Make It Orky one, because there's always someone around in that one. And it's just a little change of pace from like yesterday, for example. I sort of completed my YouTube feed again. So I popped into Discord and I saw that there was a few people chatting, so I popped into the voice chat just to have some noise as I'm painting, and I had a chat with the guys in there and that, and it's a bit of fun. But I just find Discord a strange platform really, and because I'm active, well, I'm not super active, but I'm a bit active in the 40k community Facebook group as well. I kind of forget about the Discord. It's like the Chilling More Gamers group. They've got a group chat on Messenger, and I don't really say anything in that because I'll post on the Facebook page, and I'll post a little bit in the Discord as well. So I don't get involved in much of the talk on the Messenger chat. So when there's too many platforms going on for essentially the same group and the same things, I lose track of it all. So I'd go, oh, pizza for Black, brilliant stuff. Yeah, it's shared it Friday, nice one. I can't remember if I've seen it, but again, because I'm on Discord now, I find myself going to Facebook less for hobby stuff. It's like I've only got a certain amount of attention and time for the hobby. And because I've started a new job and stuff recently, and it's long hours and that, if I stop for 5 minutes in work, I tend to just have a quick scan of Discord. I might go on Facebook and just go through my notifications, but I don't actually go through the groups much. So I feel like my time is being spread thinly now. The time I've got is being spread thinly across the social groups I'm part of. Pizza and beer sounds good. It does sound good, even for breakfast. Squigglebaski, I saw that stuff on their stream on Friday. Yeah, I heard Mythos mention you, I think, on Friday on the stream. I know I was watching it Saturday morning. So yeah, I should have known and seen it. Can you send me an invitation to Let's Make It Orky Discord? I can, yeah. Bear with me. 40k Orc community Discord chat is a bit strange. People don't come on to talk unless someone else is on. Yeah, that's it. So unless you've got that first person taking that lead, like, excuse me, sorry about the disgusting noise. I was around on the Orky Discord the other day, and I popped into it. And one of the lads in there said, so one of the lads in there said, like, people, like, I'm one of the people that only turns up when Orky's on there, when she's on there, and I do most of the time, because I'm quite a shy, reserved person and stuff like that, so I'm not good in big groups and stuff, so a lot of the time, I'm a bit reluctant to join in with a group of people, a conversation with a group of people that I don't know. And also, it's the fact that I feel like I'm coming in halfway through their conversation. It's like walking up to a group of people or talking on the street and then just joining the conversation. And plenty of people can do that, but I struggle to do stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, so what was I saying? I can't remember. It was something to do with... Yeah, so I decided, right, I'm gonna go in by myself to prove that I don't just turn up when Orky's there. So I went in and sat there, waited for someone to join me for once. But yeah, when no one's in there, it's a bit like people don't just want to sit there for ages waiting for people to join them, do they? It's kind of odd. It's like just hanging out on a street corner waiting for someone to walk past and start a conversation with them. I'll send you that invitation, Marcos. Let me finish this coffee because it's getting cold now. So, we've got like a tight, a nylon sort of a legging, stocking material. We've got a pant and we've got a shirt all out of the same colour. And then I never jump on unless someone else is already chatting. True, if no one else is on, I will just listen to a podcast or watch Netflix while I'm hobbying. Yeah, I think that's what most people tend to do. I tend to go through my YouTube subscription feed and look on Twitch, see if anyone's streaming on Twitch that I want to be watching. I get notifications for that anyway, so yeah, I tend to go to YouTube and Twitch for my main two hobby background noise kind of things. Now, a lot of Twitch recently. I keep falling behind on my YouTube feed. Right, here we go, Discord. Invite members. I could share a link in here actually, couldn't I? I've got Discord open there as well. Right, I'll share a link in the chat to that Discord. How do you invite members from here? Let's make it talky. Invite people. Copy. Yeah, there's a few from here in there now. Spud's in there. There's a few people, like mostly Zen's in there as well, that pop into my chat now and again. So you'll be more than welcome. Paste. Just a nice positive hobby place again, which everybody needs. Well, I feel like everybody needs more of. But the thing is, like I was saying, it's if you've got too many positive hobby places, you tend to spread yourself a little thinly, I think. So there's a link to the Discord there. You can click on that, follow it, and you will be able to join in the fun on the Let's Make It Orky Discord. Orky's in the 40k community, the 40k Orc Discord, whatever that one's actually called. I can't remember what it's called. It's not quite the same as a Facebook group, is it? Let's have a look. Did I want to show you something? I could have sworn I wanted to show you something as well. What's it called? 40k Orc Community. Yeah, it was just called 40k Orc Community. Oh no, I was thinking about showing you the Squiglabowski, but you'd already seen his work. Right. Let's get back to that and get some water down us. I think I might do him with a black shirt, you know. Get that wildwood there. Yeah, I was thinking a black dress for this lady or a black sort of suit for this lady as well. I'm not entirely sure then. Let's start with her underwear. Let's do black underwear. Should we do red underwear? I'm not sure. With these Zombicide minis, I didn't notice it when I painted the first couple. You're not really. You can see like a little bit of her underwear at the front there, and not this one, the other one. You can see her underwear at the back as well, like in her bum cheeks. It's like a little bit of a thong situation going on, like just. But I hadn't noticed that until I started painting these ones, really. Well, I think I noticed the underwear on the front on this one, but yeah, just a little bit. You know? Do I want to see a zombie's underwear? I'm not sure. I mean, they're a bit of a mess, so I imagine down there it's a bit of a mess too. I'm not sure I want to do a dress black. Or this guy's shirt, in fact. Oh wow. That's separated. Let's just push a bit of that. To get this a bit of a finer point on this brush. Roxy the Riveter! Oh hi Dan. Oh hi Mark. Welcome to the chat. Thanks. I posted my Gazcall on the Let's Make It Orky general chat in Discord. Nice one, mate. You can post it on there's a finished models bit as well if you wanted to post it there. But don't worry about it. It's I'm sure it'll be fine in the general. That's one thing people can be a bit weird about on Discord. Are you working on anything, Roxy, or are you just winding down? Oh, I don't know whether to do black shirt or black anything else. I think I'll try and do a grey shirt. I'll do a black belt. Yeah, that's one thing I think people sometimes can get a bit funny about on Discord, making sure you're posting in the right channels. But if there's about 1 million channels on certain Discords, it's a bit difficult to keep track of it all, isn't it, I think? I feel like I'm being too careful with this. I went on Discord one night, waited for a while and nothing happened. I just zoned out into my hobby. Then about 15 minutes later, Essex Boys comes on. In his deep voice says, "Good evening." Good evening. That's how he'd say it, isn't it? I tried to work out how he'd say it and I couldn't remember his voice. Is 3 AM counted as morning or night? Well, it's morning really, isn't it? I get up at like 4 AM and that's morning. So, I mean, I didn't get up at 4 AM today. I got up at 7. I had a big lion today. So I got up at 7 today. I should have probably gotten up a bit earlier to try and get back into the habit of getting up early for tomorrow. Black shoes. Imagine that. I jumped a mile high and knocked my paint pot over. I may or may not have changed my pants. Morning, Marcos, says Roxy. Yeah, it's a bit of a fright sometimes, isn't it, when there's a loud noise. I think I was watching Orky and Cervantes dual stream the other night. I think this is when it was. And then Cervantes has got a jump scare for when he plays video games on Twitch. And he left it on for his painting one, so he's doing these fine details. And people kept using the jump scare scream. It's like really loud, like the loudest thing on his speakers. Just like, ah! And it's like, you know, like a proper blood curdling scream. Yeah, he left it on by accident basically, so people kept using it and making him jump when he was trying to paint fine detail on his miniatures. That was interesting. Clint's voice is so deep and soft, isn't it? That's when we all pooped together, exactly, yeah. We did all poop together the other night. Well, I didn't actually, I already had mine pre-stream. I did actually as well. Because of these, I used to go for a poo. This is something you want to hear, isn't it? But I used to do it all in the morning before I go to work. But now because I get up so early, it kind of messes up my body clock. I can't get used to going in the middle of the night like that. Well, basically the middle of the night, the really early morning like that. What day? It's Sunday, isn't it? I was going to say, what day is it? Right, so he's got black belt and black pants, black shoes. They're not pants. Right, what should we do here? I can't decide for the life of me if I want to do a black dress on this woman. I might do black hair. Oh yes. Big Mac Dansko, welcome Pickle, welcome to the stream. It's good of you to join us. You're not streaming today, are you? You streamed last week, didn't you? I believe you did. I've not seen an alert go up for your stream. I couldn't remember which weekend streamed, but I don't like to clash if I can avoid it. I was just telling Marcos and Brack earlier, and I don't think Roxy was around when I mentioned it as well. I'm changing my schedule slightly again to try and fit it in better with work, so I'm not going to be doing a Tuesday stream now. I'm going to be trying to get a video up for Tuesday. Streaming on Sunday again. I think sometimes I'll do a morning stream on Sunday, and sometimes like an afternoon stream, perhaps, something like that, depending on what else is going on the day. I'm going to try and do a bit more content at weekend, basically. Let's do a knick-knacks, eh? I'm on super low carb diet and don't eat a whole lot, so I just go whenever the hell it happens. No pickle, it's Daddy Dan Skull. 45 degrees is too cold for me wearing shorts. Nah, you'll be fine. It's like above freezing still, isn't it? Yeah, no stream for me today, buddy. I'm prepping for some projects for upcoming videos and saw you were live. Nice one. Yeah, I need to get my act together. How's the challenge going? Well, these 3 miniatures here take me up to 29 miniatures for the year. Oh, but at the start of the stream, when nobody was watching, I showed off a few bits that give you an indication of what's happened to some of my recent finished miniatures. Just throw these down there. Yeah, so here's parts of my recent finished miniatures. 3 of them taken out by a falling lamp, basically. But that's easily fixable. I'll just pin them and then it'll all be sorted. Looking at this sword though, I think I want to do a little bit more on this sword, but it's not going to take too long because it's very, very plain, very bland. There's no wash on it or anything like that, so I just want to address that and pin them back in place. It's no big deal. Yeah, so we're on day 31 of the year. These 3 miniatures take it up to 29, and the 3 ones I'm painting will take it up to, well, I'm going to try and do 16 today. Well, 16 in total, including these 3. So 13 today, effectively. So I'm hoping that that'll take me up to miniatures 40 for the year. I won't do 16 on stream, I don't think. I'll try and concentrate on these 3 on stream. So that'll take me back on target for the challenge. With contrast paints, I don't know why I do it to myself, to be honest. But it's hard to paint on fine raised detail, things like strings and bits of underwear like this that I'm trying to paint at the minute. Just like narrow bits of thongy style underwear and not get it on the other parts of the miniature. There we go. That's a bit better. Boom. Right, so, should I give her black shoes or black pearls, maybe? Not black pearls. A black top, no, she's got black hair. Don't think I want to give her black shoes, to be honest. Let's do the top of her stockings black. I think Wildwood might be better here, but black will do. I've gone too high there, not to worry then. Like I said earlier, they're only chaff minis these, so I'm not too bothered about messing up a little bit here and there. Yeah, it looks a bit odd black, but hey, that'll do for the time being. Oh dear, exactly. So Sunday and Monday streams for you. Yeah, for the time being, yeah. Still working it all out with the schedule for the new job and everything. But for the time being, it's going to be Sunday and Monday streams. Possibly Saturday every now and again as well, depending on when football falls and stuff. But most of the time, like, I'll be a Sunday morning stream like this. I'll try and get into the habit of getting up early on Sunday mornings and do a good time for the Aussies and anybody that likes to get up early on Sunday mornings. So like 7 AM maybe, something like that, and then that won't overlap with pickles if I wanted to keep it early mornings. But then it depends what I'm up to that weekend as well. Because not being a full-time YouTuber, I can't just sort of sacrifice all my time, I feel. Obviously there's not a lot to be doing at the minute anyway, with us being on lockdown in the UK, but when it comes back to freedom, it's going to be, you know, there's going to be changes here and there, but you should know in advance. So what I might do is schedule a stream for next Sunday. A stream. I'm sure I just said a stream. Schedule a stream for next Sunday as soon as I finish this. I won't, I'll forget. But yeah, I could do that, and then it kind of ties me to it. Yes, very nice. Should I give this guy black shoes as well? I think I will. Good to see people popping in as certain people wake up and get out of bed and stuff, and other people do different things for the evening. Oh dear, no! I'm toying with doing painting streams on Sunday, say in about 1 to 2 hours from now. Thinking of calling it Sunday Sesh. Yeah, it's a fair idea, mate. It's I think a fair few people do hobby on Sundays, so having something to paint along to, like I do hobby on Sundays anyway. Normally about 1 to 2 hours from now I'll be out of the shops doing my weekly shop, but I did it yesterday, so I could not worry about, I could sit here and paint all day if I wanted to today. Yeah, so Sunday streams I think are a pretty good thing for me, because it can be quite chilled and relaxed and just have something to paint along to. Although, like, if not that like loads of gamers are into loads of sports, but there are gamers out there. I know Marcus is into a lot of sports. I don't know about yourself, Brack, but like me, I get ridiculed sometimes for leaving certain streams and finishing streams to go and watch sports, but I'm mainly football for me. Soccer for the non-British or European audience. But yeah, it's one of those things. A lot of sports on the weekend is what I was getting at there. But yeah, I think there's enough people that would rather watch you than football to be doing Sunday streams. I think the key thing is getting the setup right for like a hobby stream. Although, you know, you look at certain YouTubers and they don't necessarily show you the miniatures when they're working, because it's more about the chatting for the people watching most of the time. Most of the time people aren't watching you paint the miniatures. It's more about having a good chat with someone as they're cracking on painting their minis and you're cracking on painting your minis. Having that background noise to keep you motivated to keep going. Yeah, he's looking alright, isn't he? Tempted to leave his pants out of colour. Right. F in chat, says Roxy. Yes, indeed. I'll be fine because I am back inside. I ran out of my car to get a carry case. I will at least put pants on next time I go outside. No worries, mate. Don't want to get too chilly. You don't want to be freezing your bits off, do you? Although, like I said, 45 degrees is just above freezing, isn't it? 45 degrees Fahrenheit is just above freezing anyway. I think it's 40 freezing temperature. I think it is. I'm not entirely sure on. It's weird in the UK what we do in imperial and what we do in metric. So temperature, most people do metric temperature in the UK. Most people do speeds in imperial and distances in imperial, unless you're running. And then a lot of people do distances in metric, because it's kind of like in the Olympics you run 10k, you don't run 6.2 miles. So we chop and change in Britain and in England between imperial and metric, but temperature tends to be done in metric in the UK. $365 volt minis this year? No chance. Those aren't orcs, exactly, they're not orcs, Roxy, but Marcos likes to tease me and tell me I have to paint 365 orc miniatures, because he's a very bad man. I'm going to do a green shirt. No, a different green shirt. Vest, rather. That's what I said, but he thinks the models count. They do count. Pirate Queen Pickles watching, thank you very much for joining in. Roxy Diverta, I was planning on doing something like that this year. I'm swimming in a huge backlog that needs to be done. Yeah, that's I was in a live stream on New Year's Eve. It was like 1 AM in the morning, or approaching 1 AM, fast approaching 1 AM on the 1st of Jan basically. I'd had a few beers and I decided to put in the chat, like I think someone mentioned that I never finish any projects. So I decided to put in the chat, I'm going to paint 365 miniatures this year. It was kind of half as a joke and half serious. And then Orky read it out, so I was like, oh, I've got to do it now, or I've got to at least attempt it. So yeah, that's how I ended up doing this challenge. I always said I will not set myself New Year's resolutions, because you set yourself up to fail when you set New Year's resolutions. But I thought, go big or go home. Make a bold claim like I'm going to paint 365. You can tell I've done this before, can't you? I'm going to paint 365 miniatures this year, and then yeah, just fail dramatically, or succeed triumphantly. Yeah, so that's how I ended up doing this challenge basically. Oh yes. Who dressed this guy? Oh no, got a bit on his chest there, not to worry though, like I said. These are chaff miniatures. After all, if you can call them miniature, I'd call them miniatures. Some people I think wouldn't consider these miniatures. They definitely count towards my challenge, anyway, that's for sure. Ah, he looks alright, doesn't he? Sort of. I was watching Jewel Knight Jess on Twitch yesterday, and she was painting some pirate miniatures, which looked pretty cool. She did say where they were from, but I can't remember for the life of me now where they were from. And I was thinking, oh, should I pick up some pirate miniatures? Especially after I, just before Christmas, I think I finished Black Sails, and I really enjoyed Black Sails. So I was in the mood then to paint some pirate miniatures, and I think I'd seen Pickle painted some pirate miniatures for he and Pirate Queen. Yeah, so there's a lot of pirate miniatures floating about these days. I think I'd be tempted to paint a bust of a pirate, and that's one thing as well, right? With this 365 miniature painting challenge, I kind of don't want to include terrain in it. I kind of don't want to include busts in it. But I've got a couple of busts that I wanted to paint, so I'm kind of having to put them on the back burner for the time being. Because it says 365, well, it's a 365 hobby challenge, isn't it, I suppose? But I keep claiming that I'm going to paint 365 miniatures this year. And to me, a bust isn't a miniature, although it is a part of a miniature scaled down person, isn't it, I suppose? So you could argue the case. Argue the toss, as they say. Yeah, he's almost done, he just needs a bit of colour on his hair. I might do him as a ginger person. With a dry brush of, I don't know, like a grey colour. I feel like I've done the one lady here, I've done her hair black, but I feel like when you become a zombie, the colour in your hair would start to fade and stuff. So I'm tempted to just do dry brushes over all of the hair. Oh, the guys I've painted so far have all been bald, baldy. So yeah, I'm gonna have to. I've got a new challenge ahead of me now to paint some other colours. This guy's hair is definitely going to be grey. What colour should I do his pants though? His slacks. Red? No, don't be crazy. What colour did that come out? It's kind of like, it's a denimish colour. I'm going to do his pants in a athematic blue with the grey underneath. I think it kind of makes it look a bit denimish, but not amazing. So there was a lot of chat going off between Roxy and Marcos there. Let's see if we can scroll back through, see if there's anything I need to be addressing. Not orcs, because I've done all my orc stuff except the Tiger Wagon and the Death Dread model for casting. I'm sticking to my goal of 40k units, 40k unit a month. Oh, 140k unit a month. Yeah, it's a fair target, I'd say. I could be one model for or 30 depending on army choice. Whoa, casting the awesome Death Dread, nice. Is drinking a sport? Yeah, drinking's a sport, isn't it? You can make it a sport, that's for sure. Get the Death Dread cast, Roxy. Yeah, when it's done, it'll be a resin kit. Sounds great. Kind of had to halt on it because I'm out of plastic cement. Bad times. 32 is freezing, right? Okay, thank you very much, Marcos. I ordered. You're well above 32, but I know it's really weird Fahrenheit. So it's probably what's out then. I mean, it's got to be close to 10 degrees Celsius, hasn't it? 45. That's like hot in Manchester. That's when people start wearing t-shirts anyway. Ordered some off Amazon and I'm having to wait till sometime in February. That is bad news. What are you drinking? I'm drinking water out of this rum bottle. It's an old rum bottle, but it is water. It's a spiced rum, this Siren's Call Caribbean spiced rum. Quite nice. I think this was the gingery one. I got two. One was gingery, one was vanilla. I got two at the same time, and I think the other one was like a... I can't remember what it was, but I just got it because I like the bottle. I often do that. If I like a rum bottle, I'll get the rum. I've got one in the kitchen called Bumbu that I've never had before, but it's a Barbadian rum. Is it Barbadian? It's a Barbadian rum. Didn't mean to do that. And it's called Bumbu, the original or something like that. And I've never had it before, but it was expensive. My mum got it me for Christmas, basically. And I've not opened it yet because I just kind of I don't know. I might open it on stream one night and tell you how amazing or disappointing it is. Yeah, man, I've got a stash full of pirate stuff. Diorama inbound, nice one. That's exciting, Josh. I don't know why I'm still using this bleeding brush here. I did intend to switch to my wash brush so I can get a bit more paint on. I have a bunch of Munchkin Dungeon minis to paint. I also need to finish my Labyrinth miniatures. Oh, nice, Marcos. Sounds exciting. Technically, a bust is a miniature, as it's a smaller scale. Yeah, exactly. That's the potential argument to make, for sure. It's smaller than a 1-to-1 scale, so it must be a miniature, right? This athematic blue is just a little too greeny blue, I think, but I'm going with it as this denim colour. If I give it a dry brush afterwards, it might be might bring it back to that sort of bluey denim look. There we go, he's looking, almost done. Almost done. Well, almost done to my satisfaction anyway. I might get some thingy out now. The Silicanum Grey, perhaps? Let's see. Ooh, I don't want that anywhere else, do I now? Stick that there. Oh, look at that. Silicone and grey. Just to do a bit of the hair. Well, you know what, I'm going to do that guy's hair grey as well, you know. Unless you're painting life-size bust. Yeah, I'm definitely not painting life-size busts. I would consider a bust a miniature. Red checks. Pizza is here. See you later, folks. See you later, Brack. Enjoy your pizza. I'm sure you've already nipped off to start scoffing it down. Been a great chat. Good to have you here, Brack. Pizza. Lol. Perfect Josh impression. Exactly. Technically, I can do a Josh impression if you want. Is the start of his videos. I am fond of doing impressions of other YouTubers, but I'm also conscious of upsetting them as well, of annoying them, or hurting their feelings in some way. Because I used to hate it. I used to hate it when people, oh, Grawley's Lair, welcome mate, you're up early for a Sunday. What are you talking about? There are no, like 8 o'clock's not early, what are you talking about? I set my alarm for 7 and I slept till 7 though. I was like, wow. But yeah, with my work schedule now, I get up at 4 quite often in the week, so it's like I'm going to be up early on weekends anyway, otherwise I'll completely knock my clock out of schedule, out of whack. I don't want any grey on her, do I? Or do I? No, don't know why I picked that miniature up, to be honest. If you move some letters around your big damn man skull, big deck man skull rather, go for it. Hello and welcome to the pickle jar. And then I can't remember what you say. It's something like, I'm Josh. Hello, I'm Josh, and welcome to the pickle jar. Something, something, something. Oh, I've completely fluffed it, haven't I? Absolute disaster. I've probably woken my neighbours up as well just by sort of raising my voice to that level. You're always loud and, like, I understand why you do it, because it's keep grabbing people's attention right away, isn't it? And making an impact. But like at the start of the videos especially, you're like, way straight away with the loud volume. I think it's important though to, let's see how well you do. Might get you a guest on it might get you to guest on an intro for me. So far 0 points for hair accuracy. Yeah, definitely 0 points for hair accuracy. Yeah, so you grab people's attention like that on the intro and they're like, who's this guy? And then they start watching. It's like, oh yeah, no, he seems to know what he's talking about. Put some more Yorkshire on it. I think I might need a script. And I also need to brush my teeth because my mouth is hanging this morning. Hanging, mate. Oh yeah, I was thinking about going in with some blood for the blood god there as well. Into the mouth, into the orifices of the miniatures. We don't need 2. Are you sure? Are you sure? Need to get them oohs going. Hello! Hello! And welcome to the pickle jar. Oh yes, look at that. It's looking alright, isn't it? Sort of, like for a zombie miniature. I mean, I just wish I could get the focus better on my camera. I need to play around with my stream painting setup. As you can see, I go across the camera and block the shot completely quite often, but I need to have a proper play around with my stream setup and work out the best position for various things. He's a slim boy, isn't he? Yeah. That's one thing about the Zombicide miniature. I think I mentioned it earlier when I did a little quick size comparison with a Sisters of Battle miniature. I'm very sure, says Pirate Queen, she definitely doesn't need to. No problem. Then you shan't have to. Roxy the Riveter, message deleted. What's going on? Marcos, what mod things are you doing? Are you trying to unhide her? I think there's a disaster going on in the chat here. All of Roxy's messages have disappeared. Oh, don't panic, Marcos. Don't panic. It's okay. I'm sure she won't be offended. You've hidden it. You wanted to see what power you could wield, I'm sure, and you were just testing the waters with stuff, and you've accidentally hidden all of Roxy's messages. Brilliant stuff. It says unhidden at the moment at the bottom. I have been redacted. Yeah, it says unhidden at the bottom at the moment, so she can talk again now, so that's fine. We just missed a couple of the messages there. Pirate Queen's watching. Intently. Watching the drama unfold between Marcos and Roxy. Rude. Right, that guy looks okay-ish to me. What colour should we do her dress? Well, we could do... I really should decide these things before I start streaming, shouldn't I? So sorry, I took a phone call and accidentally pushed something with my ear. Oops. Oh yeah, of course you did. You just decided to wield what power you had, didn't you? I think I've got blue on the other one. I'm going to have to check. Right, I'll be back. Watch me knock everything over as I walk away now. Oh, I know. I'll put my thingy screen up. Be back soon screen. You come over here telling us it's an accident. Of course it's an accident. Yeah, an accident. I'm just getting some more miniatures out of the Zombicide box. Just to see what colour the previous zombies I've painted were. Because I don't want to cover the same area twice, really. I mean, it's okay if we get certain colours the same, but is that my back? No, it's my cushion. It's like, why's my back out? It doesn't feel like my back's out. Here we go. Someone was asking, do the Zombicide miniatures come in a bag? I think it was Orky on her stream the other day. I was like, no, they come in a box. What's wrong with you? So let's whack these out on the board. Right, so what have I got there? I've got this lady. Yeah, so she's got a blue dress, so I don't want to do a blue, you know, sort of suity get-up. So I don't want to do that again. This guy's got... I mean, this guy's sufficiently different, isn't he? And they're sufficiently different. He's got blonde hair, he's got blue shoes, he's got grey trousers. He's got sort of khaki trousers and a green vest. He's got a white vest. And they've got a different skin tone, which is cool. So that's good. And this guy, what's he got? Oh, he's completely different as well. Not completely different. He's got dark blue jeans. He's got light blue jeans. There. They are sufficiently different. Yeah, so I don't want to do a blue dress for this lady, basically. I was tempted to do a black dress, but I can't quite bring myself to do that for some reason. Let's get some Nasdaq yellow for the time being. For the old earrings. How can I make it up to you? To be fair, I'd probably delete me too. Well, you didn't say anything offensive. I'm a bit of a spicy meatball. You are indeed, Roxy. Especially for this wholesome stream. Don't forget, this is my YouTube stream. It's not like Twitch where I just F and Jeff all the time. Effing and a Jeffing. I'm on call at work, so I took the call without thinking I should close out the YouTube app. Don't worry about it, Marcos. It's fine. This is what happens when I give someone a little bit of power. They try to control the stream. It's all about you now, Marcos, isn't it? All about you. Yeah, that'll do. Trying to think of combinations of colours that'll work here. I was thinking potentially I could do like a yellow skirt and a dark colour upper jacket. I just can't make this bleeding decision. Oh, I could do yellow shoes. She just looks like she's wearing weird shoes at the minute, weird sneakers. I forgot this is YouTube. I'll try and be more wholesome. You better be more wholesome, Roxy, because otherwise you're going to get booted by Marcos again. Right? Purple? I just spotted the purple and thought, oh, just do purple. That's a good idea, isn't it? Purple. Everybody likes a purple dress. Do they? I feel like this is a bit of a dangerous situation here to be using this thick brush. Around these various fleshy areas. Although I suppose it doesn't really matter if I get a bit of purple on the flesh, it just looks like bruised, necrotic sort of flesh. And she is a zombie after all. So let's just slap that purple on. There it is. At least you is reading back your comments. What comments? Yellow boots, so 80s. Yeah, tempted, you know. Tempted. Senor Grawly Pants. Oh no, I've purpled up her legs. By accident. Not to worry though, I'm not too bothered. Can't get between her legs. This is supposed to be a wholesome stream. Golly gee, Marcus, it's just swell that you fixed our little, fixed it for our little old man. At least I is reading it. At least Big Mac Dan Skull is reading back your comments. It was an accident. Oh wow! How's the music level, by the way? Sometimes I get it wrong on this. I'm just gonna scroll down on my settings. I bet you can't hear any music because sometimes. Oh no, it goes to like halfway, so you should be able to hear the music. Might do orange boots. No, I'm not going to do orange boots. That'd be madness. Utter madness. Who wears a purple suit? What kind of numpty, lunatic person would wear a purple suit? I don't know what colour to do the top now. I think I might just do it purple. Dan, you read my comment completely wrong. I don't know. I don't know. Explain. I just can't. I really wish I hadn't done purple now. Orange. Do an orange top. Brown. No, that won't go with purple. Red. No, I think I've got to do purple. I've got to stick to the purple, haven't I? Oh, no, you know what? Let's try apothecary white. Gee whiz, it'd help if I could type. Can I can hear the music and not drowning you out? Just the right volume. Thank you very much. I have been tweaking it ever so slightly on various streams I've been doing recently. So it's good to know that I've managed to get something right for once in my life. It's 21 minutes past 9 and I've not even painted these miniatures yet. I was hoping, somewhat optimistically, that I could paint 16 on stream, or not 16, 13. But you know, 5 is a start. Oh man, no. I'm gonna say no. Never say yeah. You'll see what happened. Right, I'm not doing white. I am doing the Silicanum Grey. No. Never say yeah. You know what? I'm gonna try and change the focus on that camera, so you can actually see what I'm doing a little bit. Let's have a look. Desk cam. There ain't no party like a desk cam party. Move your body from side to side. Configure video. There ain't no party like a desk cam party. There we go. That's good, isn't it? Right, so I paint exactly there. Oh, I've got 2 pots open. I've just realised. I need to sort that out. Music is spot on, dude. Well, I've done my first ever kit bash while watching so far. Excellent stuff. I know Orky, and let's make it Orky on Twitch. I talk about her far too much, I think. I need to stop promoting her. Yeah, so she's one for not one for kit bashing, and she's doing like a donation goal to get her to kit bash miniature donation in terms of like bits, not bits, the other thing on Twitch, whatever the other, like channel points. So if she gets to 100,000 channel points donated, then which costs you nothing. So it's not like an actual monetary donation, it's just your time that you have to, you accrue channel points over time. So basically, it costs you nothing, just views, basically. So if she gets to 100,000 channel points donated, she will do a kit bash stream live on, like a kit bash live on stream kind of a thing, which will be a very interesting experience to watch. We were in her Discord, and sort of a group of about 10 of us sort of watching and trying to guide her a little bit when she was first setting up her airbrush and having a first go on her airbrush. And most of us don't know what we're talking about. Like, I've used an airbrush a bit, but not an awful lot. But like War Master Paints was in there, and he was being the most helpful, really. But when you're getting instructions from about 6 different people at the same time, it can be a bit confusing. But it was funny to watch anyway, so I think the kit bash stream is probably going to end up being quite similar to that situation, where she's like, oh, I don't know what to do, and then she doesn't know who to listen to. But she's just got to listen to the right people in terms of what have you kit bashed, or can you not say is for a future video, I'm guessing, isn't it? Because you did say you were working on future content. yeah, so that's going to be an interesting stream when she comes to do it. That's a very grey and washed out miniature, but I like the grey and the purple together, I've got to say. And then let's go. I don't know about Yellow Boots, Grawley. I think you were half joking and half telling me how to do it. Bazza's joined the chat. Welcome, Bazza. How you doing, bud? Gee Willikers Pickle. Gee Willikers Pickle. That's fantastic. What? Oh no! I hope you all don't think that was on purpose. Again, I apologise, Roxy. What have you been deleting, Roxy, again? It's okay, Marcus. I'm whole autumn now. Wholesome autumn now. Is kit bashing another name for gluing random bits of a model together to make a new one? To make one? Yes, that is another name for. Well, yeah, that's what it's another name for exactly. Just can't decide on what colour to do her shoes. I'm just going to go with a random colour, orange. What the heck is wrong with my keyboard? Why, yes it is, Queen. Makes it sound a lot more skilled. It's for an upcoming collab I'm doing with Spray Black. Nice one. I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. I shall start calling my cooking food bashing. You know what? That is a fantastic name for cooking, because that's all it is. You're just getting different ingredients, putting them all together in a pan, boiling them up, whatever. But, you know, you don't want to boil all your food. But, you know, you're just whacking food together. It's just food bashing, isn't it, basically? Yeah, perfect. Perfect analogy. Put together a cool salamander guy. Nice one. Very nice indeed. I mean, I should go black on my shoes, shouldn't I? Or red. I'm gonna go orange. We're just gonna go for it. Doesn't really matter. She's just gonna look a bit odd. Look a little bit odd. Yeah, so not quite on the old Grawley suggestion of Yellow Boots. Why we got orange? Why we got orange? Oh, bugger it. She doesn't know how to dress, this woman. She is a zombie after all. Although I assume she got dressed before she became a zombie. That is so distracting, that orange. And to think, I was tempted to try one of the guys' hair colours this colour before. Yeah, that's not a good idea, is it? Could do it with a dry brush of a bone colour over the top, I suppose. That is madness. Orange shoes. Food bashing is the extent of my cooking skills. Me and Burnt Aquila are painting and are doing a collab. Stay tuned. Nice one, Bazza, mate. Have to have a look again for that one. Goes off to create a cooking channel. Food bashing channel. Yeah. You know what? That should be instead of the Wargamer sandwich videos that Spud used to do, and he's done one relatively. You know what? I've got some vegan sausages. Vegan, vegetarian? I think they're vegan. But I've got some vegan sausages in the fridge that I just picked up yesterday because they were reduced, and I thought, you know what? I'll have a sausage and egg butty in the morning after post stream. And I'm going to try them. They look like pea protein, and I think I like a lot of the pea protein stuff. I had some pea protein meatballs. Pea protein meatballs, I should say. Not too long ago, and I was really impressed with them the first time I tried them. I'm not a vegetarian or a vegan, but 1 week out of every month, I try to do a vegetarian week where basically the main aim is not to eat meat that week. So if somebody offers me a sweet and it's got gelatin in it, I'm not going to be too fussed if I eat it. But it's like to reduce the meat content of my body. No, to reduce the meat content of my diet over the course of a year. You know, some people do veganuary, or that looks awful. Some people do veganuary, and some people do like a vegetarian month and stuff like that. And that's 4 weeks, but the way I see it, like I'm doing 12 weeks a year, so effectively I'm doing 3 months. But yeah, it's just to reduce the meat content in my diet and it saves me money. It saves me money as well. And in January, because so many people like to try and do veganuary, it means that vegan stuff and therefore vegetarian stuff as well is also it's cheaper in January because there's a lot of it around and stuff. So you can find it in more supermarkets and they put it at reduced prices to try and sell as much as possible. I just got back from another work call. I hope no one deleted this. I hope no one was deleted this time. Daddy Dan, did you dress her in a purple dress and orange shoes? Yes, I did. Look, it's fine, right? She looks normal, totally normal. She looks like, she's got like that grey jacket on and the yellow earrings. It's fine, She was in a rush. That's the thing, right? When the zombie apocalypse comes, you're going to be in a rush to get dressed and get out on the streets trying to avoid the zombies, aren't you? And she was in too much of a rush, so she got dressed in the dark, slipped on her orange shoes with a purple skirt situation, and then just ran out the door, screaming. Got bit by a zombie right away. Clothes all torn up, so you can see her knickers and that. And, she's got tan stockings on as well. So, she's trying to stay alive, but failed, unfortunately. There we go. And that's her life story. What's yours? Oh no, let's keep that there. Gonna get some Celestial Grey out now and attack the bases, I think. Oh no, let's get some Blood for the Blood God. Not Blood for the Blood God, Blood Angel Red. I could get Blood for the Blood God. Various areas. Did I just drop a various areas without even thinking about it? I love the purple dress. Thank you very much, Pickle. Pirate Queen Pickle, that is. Some purple dress like that on... Some people dress like that on purpose. I know, yeah, they peacock all the time, don't they? Especially men. Like, I used to do it. Not because I was peacocking, but I just really enjoyed dressing like that in like bright pink and like a electric sort of yellow. Electric yellow? Is that a colour? But like a neon yellow sort of... bright pink, neon yellow and sort of teal or turquoisey shoes. I've got them upstairs still. When I used to work for Nike, because I used to do Nike ID all the time and just like where you pick the colours on your shoes and stuff. And I've got some ridiculous coloured shoes, but I used to dress like that on purpose. I've seen Instagram. I was refreshing the comments and I accidentally deleted. Orange, purple, black, classic Halloween colour scheme for a zombie. Exactly, Brawley, exactly. That's exactly what I was going for. But I like orange and purples together anyway myself. I just think the orange is a bit too bright. I might just end up dulling it down with a wash of something. I could put... Oh, you know what might look better? Nah, it would be too dull then, I think. Let's leave it for the time being. What I've been doing with the Blood Angels Red is putting a dab in the mouth at first and then just letting it dribble out as if they've been biting. Oh, that's not dribbled the right way at all, has it? As if they've been biting someone. And then a bit on the hands here and there. As if she's been scratching someone, and then the odd bit coming out of the eye. Oh, she's got it on her nose now. Which makes her look like a weird little Santa's elf. Anyway, that'll do for the time being. Oh no, I've closed that pot. I needed to move that miniature out of the way, not close that pot. When I was skinny, I liked neon. Now, I just look like a warning beacon. Nice. I'm obsessed with floral prints, so that's fair. Nice. I've got that's one thing I need to remember to start doing. Start wearing the snazzy shirts on this stream, because this will be my snazzy shirt stream from now on, won't it? I hate this song that's playing at the minute. They just say danger over and over again, it sounds like. I'm like, what is going on in this awful song? Might be a bit coming out of his ear, you know. Swapping it about here. That'd be easier, wouldn't it? Dunk it straight in. When I say I hate this song and don't skip it, it's because I'm trying to punish you all. Being so rowdy in the chat this morning. I'm going to do 2 eyes on this one. 2 red eyes. I didn't do his hands, I don't think, did I? No, I did not. Yeah, Daddy Dan. Where's those snazzy button-ups? They're upstairs in my bedroom. It didn't occur to me when I was getting dressed, oh, I better put a snazzy shirt on. It occurred to me, I better put something warm on, because I don't like to put the heating on in my house if I can help it. I'm quite tight with the heating. It's only me that lives here, so it's no big deal. But I like to put it on now and again if I'm going to be sat at my computer all day long or something like that. To be fair, it's not that cold today here in Manchester. But yeah, it's one of those. I just kind of rushed in. What's going on there? I have a new mat. Oh, I know what that is. A little bit of a quick look. Oh yes. Oh yes, I thought we were. Yes. Very nice. Right, let's get back to work, shall we? Just got a new match on Bumble, so there you go. I thought we were going to match. When I swiped on, I was like, yeah, she's going to match with me. Not that I'm one of those guys. I live for snazzy button-ups. Exactly. You know, who doesn't? Where's my water gone? Out of interest, do you hear that when I pull it out and it goes boom? Because I enjoy that sound. And I like to, hope that you get to hear that sound too. Let's get some Celestial Grey on the bass and then maybe some remnants of numbers. Oh, this Celestial Grey is such a horrible paint that clogs up. And, like a lot of the paints with white pigments in from GW, they're the buggers for clogging up. But Celestial Grey, here's an old pot of Celestial Grey, and it's proper funked up now. Look at that awfulness, proper funked up. Hey, how close can I get him? And then no. That just seems to be super in focus, and it was really close. No, it's not. I was fooling myself. Yeah, so now this paint that I've only just opened is doing the same. It's an absolute beggar. Alexa tells me it's 0 degrees up our way, Dan. Not cold, my backside. It's not cold. I'm not cold. My backside must be warmer than your backside, Crawley. Drinking out the bottle looks great for YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Especially these family-friendly streams that I like to do. Yeah, that's... Hey Google, what's the temperature outside?
In Manchester right now, it's 35 degrees. Due to current wind conditions, it feels like it's 28.
Feels like 28? That's in Fahrenheit. Hey Google, what's the temperature in real money right now?
Temperature in Manchester is 35 degrees.
That's not real money.
Due to current wind conditions,
stupid Google. Did they do that anywhere else in the world? They just say real money when they mean in a different different currency, a different currency of temperature. Or is it just me that does it? I don't know. So when you want a different denomination of temperature, hey Google, what's the temperature in Celsius right now?
In Manchester right now, it's 2 degrees Celsius. Due to current
Now
wind
I
conditions,
understand.
it feels like it's -2.
Ooh, -2. That's nothing. Get my bathing suit on, I think. Right, so 35 degrees for all you foreigners, and or old people as well. And well, he looks really grey there. Interestingly, I say interestingly like it's interesting. It might not be interesting to you. These ones, I zenithal primed with grey from the bottom and white from the top. But I've got some to create that bit of variation without putting in too much effort. I've got some that are zenithal primed with red from the bottom and white from the top, just to create a bit more variation between the different, you know, to try and make them look as different as possible, really. I'm just coming to the point where I need a wee. Robert Marshall, morning! You joined us just as I announced that I need a wee. Everybody needs to join at that time, don't they? What are you drinking, Dan? Just water, just water. Monopoly money is real money compared to currency these days, exactly. Right, Celestial Grey, that's what I should be drinking. I mean painting it. You can't drink Celestial Grey because it all chalks up, like the typical GW whites. Robert Marshall, are you painting with us this morning, or I think you're UK, aren't you, Robert Marshall? So I assume it's morning for you. Oh, actually, I've managed to mix it up a little bit. I've got to avoid my camera when I do this. Do da do da do da. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Time goes by. -2 is t-shirt weather in Manchester, exactly. Great to see you cracking on with your incredible challenge, Dan. Thank you very much, Robert. It's good to be sort of keeping pace. So these 3 minis that I paint will take me to 32. Is that right? Yeah, these 3 minis that I'm going to finish on stream will take me to 32, so that'll keep me a day ahead. And then when I get off stream, throughout the day, I'm going to try and paint a further 10 miniatures. So that'll get me like 11 days ahead. Throw some flow aid. Throw in some flow aid, Daddy Dad. I will not. I refuse. Bit of water. Oh, although the flow aid will stop it from drying, won't it? I should have some flow aid actually. Just a drop of it. I should have some upstairs, but my hobby space is spread out over my house. So I have different things in different rooms, unfortunately. Actually, it might be on one of the shelves behind me if I tell you the truth. To tell you the truth. I tell you what, I've got some... I need a wee, and I think that's because I've been drinking the flow aid, to be honest. I've not been drinking the flow aid, just for the record, YouTube. Don't shut my stream down. I'm not encouraging people to drink flow aid. Yeah, well, my dry palettes always sort of dry up. You know, fancy that with a dry palette. Yeah, just drop some in the drop some in the pot. Oh, I get you. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I might give that a go. Post stream. I thought you meant into the mix. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to give it a go for sure. People say like different. You should use the mediums for different paint brands. What am I trying to say here? You should use the appropriate medium for each paint brand, basically. But you can get away with mixing them because some paint brands are that similar that you can get away with mixing them. But some people seem afraid to do it, and I know certain ones do react badly with others. But it's about experimenting, isn't it? You don't want to waste a complete pot of paint, but if the paint's already going the way of the dodo, almost extinct, then you might as well experiment. I feel like I've thinned this down too much. Oh no, it's covering that black stuff. I'm painting my painting handle more than I'm painting my miniature. It's not covering the black now, is it? There's just an abyss behind me, exactly. It's not a house, it's just an abyss. A void. A void in time and space. I don't see any shelves. It's just over there. Can you not see them shelves? I've painted all my shelves and all the miniatures on them in black 2.0. Or Vanta black, whichever's darker. Take your pick. Got access to all of it. I think Vanta black's darker, isn't it? I'm not sure. Science things. I keep looking at myself over on that screen there. I'm like, ooh, there's me. Yeah. Yeah, just drop some in the pot. There's an abyss behind you. I don't see any shelves. I do have some good ideas sometimes. Exactly. Now and again. I think everybody, now and again, pops up with a good idea in one of my streams, don't they? You take it in turns to suggest good ideas. Look at that big globule there. Oh, you can't see it. I'm talking like you can see my palette. But yeah, you can't see my palette. There was a big globule, if you like, in the paint I just put down on the palette. This is going to be a bit thicker. And it's slightly less. There we go. That's going on nicer. More nicely. Nicer. Nicer. I can't speak English. I can't speak English. I've forgotten how to do it. Oh, silly boy. I just got more paint on my brush and then I immediately wanted to wash my brush because I've gone really far up the bristles. Wash brush now. You can barely tell a difference on camera with the way these miniatures are painted. Oh yeah, let's take the sister out now. Let's put her over there. Zombie boy. I think I should get some more sleeps now. No worries, Roxy. Get yourself off to bed. I'm going to put the hold screen on, the be back soon screen. I'm just going to nip to the loo because it's calling me. I might put a coffee on as well. Back soon. Hi everybody! I'll be back soon. I'm just waiting for that coffee to pour out. Oh, look at this fella here. Isn't he lovely? Lovely looking fella, like he's about to come and eat your brains. Really happy with that skin tone I've managed to achieve. Good morning all! I'm a bit late, you are indeed, Essex, but I'm not sure how long I'll go for this one, so I may well go longer than my standard 2 hours. We'll see. You might wonder why I'm precariously perched. I'm just waiting for a coffee to brew, so I'll be nipping out and putting him on the whole screen again in moments. It's almost finished. I'm going to put you on the whole screen. That's right, we were discussing your voice earlier, Clint. I think some people are quite fond of it. And also, some people are scared of it as well. It was just, I think we started talking about it when Brack was saying he was sat in the voice chat once on the 40k community Discord. And he was sat there by himself, completely zoned out, got into his painting. And then all of a sudden, your deep voice comes on, and he absolutely pooped himself, should we say? Because this isn't Twitch. I can't swear. I mean, I can swear on here if I want to, but I don't want to. I like to keep my YouTube content family friendly where possible. So, actually, I think you'll find I'm going to finish some miniatures now. This guy's base is almost done. And we can crack on. What is going on with that brush? That's well hooked. That's not that bad, actually. I think it's just the way it's been sat on the desk or something. I don't know how people wear glasses all the time. It's a tricky one for me. These are all mucky, these ones. And yet I'm still going to try and paint while I'm wearing them. Because I'm an absolute lunatic. Way. They're not, these are just clear lenses. Just FYI. So... Oh yeah, I saw Cervantes and Elster Nation as well when he did his painting a Blood Bowl team. See who can paint a Blood Bowl team quicker with Josh from the Pickle Jar. They did a crossover, like 12-hour challenge sort of thing. And I think Elston was wearing some of the old, one of the headsets with the magnifying glasses on and the lights whilst he was painting. And then I saw Cervantes was wearing it as well. One of them, a similar one, and I'm thinking to myself I might have to get one soon because my vision isn't what it used to be. Either that or they're making the eyes on the miniatures smaller each time they make new miniatures. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it could be a combination. It probably is a combination of the two. Yeah, so Brack absolutely pooped himself while he was sat in the voice chat with no one, and then you turned up. I was saying though, I was watching Orky and Cervantes stream the other night on Twitch, and Cervantes has a jump scare for when he plays video games, like a scream, a blood-curdling scream. And he forgot to take it off. So you use your channel points to activate this blood-curdling scream. You can do loads of fancy stuff on Twitch. Loads of bells and whistles, as I was saying in my stream the other day, I think. So he forgot to take it off for his painting stream, because he streams gaming as well as painting. And he's painting like the finer detail on the miniature. He's like getting him really close to some of the fine detail. Like your invisible miniature here, by the way, it's purple orc. So it's purple orc sat in the base there. So he's painting the fine detail on the miniature there, and then like someone activates the scream, the jump scare, and he's like, whoa! He just like pulls his brush away from the miniature, thankfully, and doesn't just slap it across the miniature. Zombicide Mini's cool. I did my core set last year. Nice one, mate. You're a bit further ahead than me now. So far, I painted 8 zombies and like sort of half painted most of the, or a big chunk of the heroes. Do you call them heroes? Survivors, don't you? That looks almost done, that base. What's that about? That's magical. I must have already done that one to a sufficient level. Let's rim it. Rimming. Rimming, 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 rimming. How did you do the bases on your zombies, Clint, just out of interest? Did you, like on these ones, I've tried to put like a few of the road markings on and stuff like that. And just a bit of blood splatter here and there. And like a 1 here. But I didn't size it up properly. Or did you do something completely different? Did you put astro granite on them, or you know, tufts, grass tufts, stuff like that, or something completely different? And now for something completely different. I was going to do a Tau series because I've got some Tau miniatures that I was going to be working on. And I was going to use the old Monty Python now for something completely different intro. But with the Tau foot coming down at the end and sort of thing. But instead of now for something completely different, it was going to be Tau for something completely different. Just, you know, little idea I had back in the day. And I think I probably still will use in the future. What? I've missed a bit of his jeans, but I'm not too bothered. You can see it there. Might be there. I've missed his jeans, but I'm not too bothered. Because these are just zombie miniatures. I could go in there and correct it. Attempt to correct it with Aethmite glue, but I might just end up making it worse. I just did Astro Granite plain grey base. No worries, man. That's a fair way to go, an easy way to go, isn't it? I'm just keeping them as is, because all the surfaces they walk on are pretty smooth by the looks of it. So I figured I'd just keep it as is. That just needs a bit more Celestial Grey. And this just needs a little bit more coffee in its mouth. I've got my pickle jar mug here, but I keep drinking it with my other hand. I don't know if Josh is still here, but I'm still using it. It's cracking mug. Now then, Lara, how's it? How you doing, Kaiser? Welcome to the chat. And the stream, indeed. Just going to wash that off and then get a little bit of water in here. Just bring that into there. Look at my messy palette now. It's going to be in the way there, isn't it? Yeah, so I can't remember what I was talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I only painted 6 minis this year, but that puts me at 1 unit ahead of schedule. That's brilliant. Brilliant, Marcos. So you painted Gaskull, didn't you? Ooh, that was magical. Can we get a clip of that? No, we can't because we're not on Twitch. That was... Did you see that? I picked that up. I dropped it. It spun round and landed right between these minis. That was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Glen R. I'm working on Kit Bash Kill Tank. Brilliant stuff, Glen R. Brilliant stuff. Are you going to be sharing that in the 40k Orc community? Loving the resurgence of the beard, sir. It's coming back strong, I see. Yeah, I'm going to probably keep it a little bit short for a bit. Not like super short or anything, but a little bit short for a bit. And then see how we get on. I was looking for my Celestial Grey that I've just opened. Here it is. Well, I couldn't see it. Yeah, merch mugs should have the logo on the other side. Yeah, on both sides it'd be useful. Because especially when you're painting, I find, because you're going to paint with your strongest hand, aren't you? I would have thought most people do. So when I'm painting with my right hand. So when I'm drinking from a mug or a chalice of some sort, I want to grab it with my left hand. So I want to be able to show the channel logo off, but it's on the other side. So what I'll have to do Just melt my hand with the... No, it's not that hot, to be fair. With the pickle jar mug. I've still not got a Modelling for Advantage mug, actually. That's another one I want to pick up. Oh, yes. Yeah, so this Sunday morning stream, for those that have just popped in, is... My standard stream length is about 2 hours. This I've been doing since 8 o'clock, and we've just hit the 2 hour mark. But I'm not going to stop anytime soon. I'm just going to crack on with these minis, see how far I get. I'll get at least 3 finished, and then see where we go from there. I might try and get 5 finished, so I've got 2 to be working on straight away after this. It's taken me 2 hours to paint 3 miniatures. So it may well take me another hour and a half to paint 2 more miniatures. But hey, that's how we do. That's how we do. This is how we do. Just a bit patchy, this base. A little bit irritating. Maybe this is the one I didn't paint, and that's why the other one looks like it was finished already and already done. There we go. Let's pop her to one side, let her base mostly dry. Using Land Raider with Rhino on top, nice, and the resin big boom cannon from the actual kill tank. The Rhino on top has a Crimson Fist forge wheel doors, brilliant stuff, love it. There was supposed to be a on Rin's World. There was supposed to be a Rhino where the Machine Spirit took over the Rhino after the crew died, wasn't there? So this Rhino's just driving around without any crew. The crew are all dead, and it's like trying to take out as many orcs as possible on Rin's World. Like fun stories like that in the lore. Well, fun. I find them interesting and entertaining. I say there was supposed to be like it's an historical event. An historical event. I don't know why I enunciated so much there. That sounds like it'll be a cool mini indeed. What unit is next, Marcos? I needed a 3rd super heavy as I had a Stomper kill tank. Oh, nice, a Stomper kill tank. Love it. Did you turn the Stomper on its back, or was it did you stick it on top or something for that one? Oh, crumbs. I'm messing this up a little bit. Is anybody watching WandaVision? Some lad I know. This lad I know. He said it's fast becoming his favourite thing in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. For me, it's been a bit slow paced, but it's getting there now. It's they're getting to the meat of the story. 4 episodes in. But it has been a bit slow paced. Like the first episode, you kind of don't know what it is, you don't know where you're going to get to with it. Second episode, it's a bit similar to the first episode, but then there's like a bit of a reveal at the end. It's like, oh, a revelation kind of thing. And then the third episode, it's like, yeah, we're getting going now. We're gaining some momentum. Fourth episode, it's like, oh, we've gone back a bit. We're still gaining a bit of momentum though, and it's like there's a bit more being explained each episode, and you're kind of working it all out, which is really how a TV show should unfold. But it's like, because you know the characters already, they kind of drop you in at the deep end at the start with it. So it's an interesting one, I think. They don't need to explain who the main characters are, but you try to work out why the main characters are there and stuff like that, and it's a little bit frustrating for a couple of episodes, I think. But it's fun though, and the way they're imitating certain things. I don't want to go into any detail about it really, because I don't want to spoil it if you've not seen it and plan on watching it. Stomper and a kill tank, as I had 2, need 3. I scratch built a kill tank last year. Wait a minute, I've missed. As I had a Stomper kill tank. Stomper and a kill tank. Right, okay. WandaVision is a bit weird. First episode was way out there. Yeah, it's like, I think I just kind of wanted to get into the meat of the story a little bit sooner. I think that's my main issue with it. I kind of want things to be explained now. I love watching old sitcoms in the 80s as a kid. Yeah, I watched They rerun them on Channel 4 in the UK for any non-UK based viewers. They rerun them like Bewitched, I Dream of Jeannie, stuff like that. I think it was on Channel 4 in the daytime, like through the week on British TV. So when I was in college, if I had like a late start in college one morning, I'd watch like I Dream of Jeannie or Bewitched or whatever, and I love stuff like that. It's fantastic. It's like it's good wholesome family entertainment like you get with this channel. Although according to my godson, I'm not always that entertaining. Cheeky little blighter. So the first 2 episodes were gold for you, yeah? I don't know why I've still got these glasses on me head. It's not like they're used for anything. They're not making my eyes bigger or anything. Yeah, I couldn't... I just kind of wanted the story to be explained a bit sooner and stuff like that, and it's a bit of a... Like I said, they kind of just threw you in at the deep end kind of a thing. And it was good, it was fun. But it was also... I was just wanting a bit more explanation sooner, really. I don't know, but it's getting there now, and it's getting dark, and it's like, ooh. So it is entertaining overall. But it took me a little bit to get into it, I'd say. The first episode, I'm glad they put 2 episodes out in one. Because the first episode, I was kind of like, this doesn't seem amazing so far. But then I watched the next episode, and it was a bit, kind of got me a bit closer to what I wanted. For anyone who's joined us as well, I'm just going to show you some bits. Who's joined us and not seen my bits that I've shown off earlier in the stream. These are some bits that I've collected from some miniatures I finished the other week. And, or this week, sorry. The Sisters of Battle miniatures I've just finished this week. A lamp dropped onto them, so all these bits have snapped off. But it's all fixable, and oh dear, don't want to lose these bits. It's all fixable, repairable, it's all pinnable. That's the good thing. I should just be able to pin them bits back in place without too much bother. Right, these bases now, what do I want to do with them? I'm just going to look at the boards, the Zombicide boards. Look at the boards in the rulebook, just to get a rough idea of the sort of markings we have on the boards. Right, I'm going to go with the dark grey tyre marks. I think there's tyre marks on them. There's blood splatter everywhere. Yeah, so I'm going to do some tyre marks. Yeah, I think I'll just do various tyre marks on these ones, and maybe a bit of a white road marking. Yeah, let's grab a bit of white. Do a bit of a white road marking on one of them. Whoa, Big Mech showing off his bits, exactly. Ooh, no, Dan, that's bad times. Yeah, but these things happen with hobbying. Just means you get to build it again, so don't worry about that. It's one thing that's weird, I think. Not weird, but it's understandable. If my mate's lad was to break one of my minis, I wouldn't be that bothered, but my mate would be devastated, because in his head he's like, he's got to teach his kid to respect other people's property, which is fine, but if I'm watching his lad play with the mini and then accidentally snap a bit off, I know he's not done it on purpose, he's not done it maliciously, and to me it's like, well, I can just fix it, can't I? Like, some things are harder to fix than others, but like I'm kind of a bit more relaxed about certain things like that than other people. When it happened, I just went, no, and then I saw that bits had snapped off, and I was like, ah, and I was like, never mind, I'll just fix it. I think that's just kind of the approach you have to make, or the approach that's best to take in that situation. Just try and be quite calm about it, because otherwise you might. It's like when you make a painting mistake. Sometimes people rush in and try and repair it or change it without thinking, and you just be calm, approach it in a well balanced mindset, and you'll probably do a better job of repairing it. This water's quite dirty now, as you can just see, and I'm mixing it with white paint, but I'm not too bothered, because this is just white paint that's going on the road. So it's like, it's going to be white paint that's driven over by cars and stuff anyway. So I'm not really too bothered, and I'm not bothered about the coverage as well. going to do a bit of a straight line here across the front of this base. I say straight line, watch me do a really curved line now. In my head, this is forming part of a B, the back end of a B. And I don't mean Orky's friend B. Let me see these B's actually in greater detail. Oh no, that's bad actually. So I'm saying it's forming the back end of a B, thinking one of these B's, but I've just realised there's a 1 next to it, so I'm going to have to do the 1 there as well. I mean, I could do it as one of these crossing lines. One of these sort of crossing lines here. It's no big deal. Let me think now. How do I want to approach it? Because the 1 I think is going to be hard to paint around the feet. What's on the other side? 3B. The 3 will be hard to paint around the feet as well, to be honest. I think I might do it as one of the crossing lines instead of a B. How separated are those? So they're separated by about the same distance, aren't they? Narrows towards the top there. Close that paint. Yeah, the paints with a lot of white in do tend to chalk up a fair bit. In my opinion, if you let your kids handle your minis, you accept they might get broken. You cannot expect children to adhere to adult standards to their kids. Yeah, exactly. I'm very much of the same mindset. Like, when one of his lads was younger, I was letting him play with my iPad because my nephew kind of has always had like technology in his hands from a young age, and if it gets dropped and broken, it's like, well, you know, I shouldn't have let him play with it if he's because if he drops and breaks it, it's not the end of the world to me. But it's a little frustrating. But I'm the one in charge in that situation. So if I let a child pick something up and mess around with it, then I've got to expect that it may get broken. So I'm very much of the same mindset. So it can always be fixed, Clint. Yeah, that's a good thing about it. I definitely felt that way about my oak minis because they are easy to make look good after they have broken. Sometimes I decide to kit bash them better after they've broken. I had a bits box fall onto my Indomitus character that needed priming. Bad times, mate. And the sword on the chaplain in the training guy, with the rectangle sword broke, and I can't find the bit. That's the worst part, when you can't find the bit. And that's a really cool sword as well, in my opinion. So it's a shame that. You could try and make that bit out of a bit of plasticard or something like that. I know slightly bigger scale, but if you watch Jazza on YouTube, I say slightly bigger scale, much bigger scale. He recently bought 2 He-Man toys and sort of what is the words? I have forgotten words. So basically, he recently bought 2 He-Man toys and worked on one of them to make it look kind of more realistic and more aesthetically pleasing to him. And one of the things he did was put a bit of that's gone on the shoe, hasn't it? Now the shoe is on the other foot. One of the things he did was put a bit of 3D texture onto this sword, which was just flat because it was supposed to go against He-Man's back. So yeah, with a bit of plasticard and a bit of green stuff or milliput or something. I think he used milliput, Chazza. You can probably recreate that sword. It just won't have the whatever writing it has on it. That's the downside. Sometimes people are a bit reluctant to use things like milliput or green stuff as well, because they've never used it before, but until you start using it, you won't know how good you could be with it. And I don't know your level of experience in the hobby either, so it's, you know, it's easy for me to say you could just recreate it, but you might not be comfortable with that. But there's plenty of YouTube tutorials and stuff out there that you could be following and gaining an understanding from, basically. I'm going to give him a Kurgan sword instead from Highlander. Nice. Pew pew. Says 6 boys. My 3-year-old plays families with my orcs and blood ravens. Nice. She sneaks up on the couch and uses her city fight ruins. Uses city fight ruins as a house. The Kurgan sword. When people make a cultural reference like that, like you know, something from pop culture, a pop cultural reference like that, I'm not always immediately familiar with what you're talking about. So, thank you for the clarity. But yeah, I'll use a bit of wildwood. Green stuff is too pro for an old duffer like me. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Like, you just got to kind of jump in and sort of try and take control in those situations. Take control. Take the initiative, I suppose, is what I'm going for there. Right, I want a sweeping tyre mark here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it without going through the miniature. Scary. Scary. I'm just going to paint random lines in random directions here because I don't want it to look like just a solid line, which I've managed to make it look like already. Try to make it look like there's some kind of tread pattern on there when the wheel's been turning a little bit. I can always weather that up with washes and stuff at a later date, but that's the kind of, yeah, it's just a little bit of a less boring base, I'd say there. Maybe. I think I need to change that slightly, but that'll do for the time being. Oh, this one as well. Just do a random line across here, I think, straight across the front or around the back. Around the back, because that's a bit of a yeah, just that's actually much better than the previous one I did. It's very subtle, like you can barely see it, whereas the previous one's a little too dark, if anything. I might, if I'm quick, be able to get a bit of water on it and lift some of that off. Oh, look at that. I'm lifting the centre bit off, but not the wide bits. So that's not helped a load, but yeah, so the wide bits have dried already, but hey. I can readdress that in the future. Redress? I don't know. Doesn't seem right. English is hard. Right, so I've painted 6 of the 8 miniatures now. So that means I have done 30? 33? I don't know how many miniatures I've done now. How many have I said I've done? 27 to 40, right? So this will be 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So I've painted 32 miniatures so far this year now, so I'm back on track. I like these Zombicide miniatures more than the previous ones I've painted as well, to be honest. I'll chuck some of the previous ones onto the table. Me and my mate Lisa painted up these initially. Really, this is one dude I like. I like painting this runner dude, to be fair. You can't even see, it's not even in focus. But let's adjust that focus. Get it back down to about 40. There we go. So you can sort of see these minis now. This runner dude is probably one of my favourite ones to paint. It's a cool looking mini. You just make him dirty and bloody and stuff. Oh, to be fair as well, I'm saying I've finished these minis. I need to put a bit of blood splatter on them, don't I? That one's got it. Which one have I just painted? I don't know what I'm doing. This one. There we go. I need to put a bit of blood splatter on there. And then we'll crack on. But yeah, these are... Just try to create a bit of difference between some similar miniatures here. So they don't all look the same, like that's the same miniature as that. I mean, it looks the same essentially when you stand it right next to it. But here's one thing as well, I've not even finished the bases on these guys. But yeah, so that's the same miniature as that. They look the same when you stand it right next to it, but you're not necessarily going to notice when there's a few miniatures between them and stuff, and facing different directions. Let's get rid of some of these ones that I've painted ages ago now. I've completely clustered my desk. Check this guy in a purple suit, actually. Hey, he looks like he could be on a date with this lady. Look at that. They're dressed very similarly, aren't they? Let's hold hands and go on a date, missus. Aww, isn't it nice? A nice zombie couple. Lovely. Right, I'm getting off track here. Boom! I do a lot of kit bashing, but I have not used green stuff for more than filling holes. It's a bit daunting at first, I think, but then you kind of realise it's not that hard. As long as you use like Vaseline or some kind of a you wet your tools to make sure they don't stick. It doesn't stick to your tools and stuff, and you kind of pick it up as you go along. Daka Flame joining us in the chat. Welcome. Yes, Dan, keeping on track. Mini power. Now let's try and get a few miniatures ahead. After we've done, I forgot again. The blood for the blood god. That's just for this part. I'm going to put a little pad on my desk. Try and make sure my desk doesn't get blood splatters on everywhere. The blood for the blood god I'm using is a little bit old, if I'm honest. And I was trying to flick it on with a toothbrush, but it didn't seem to be working really. Let's put these on here, get them out of the way. Yeah, it didn't seem to be working very well, if I'm honest. So I'm going to try again, see if I can use the flicky technique again, if I can find my thing I was using to attempt to flick the paint. I don't think I will be able to use the flicky technique, because what I ended up doing with these ones, instead of using the flicky technique, I ended up just hitting the miniature with the brush like that kind of thing, just getting various bits of blood across the miniature. You're going to smash this challenge. I have faith in you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that faith, and I hope that faith is not unduly placed. Look at that terrible base now. It looks awful, that. I'm not too bothered, though. Like I said, these miniatures are just chaff miniatures, so a bit of staining and a bit of texture on the base is all I'm going for, really, there. Right, so this is what they recommend you do, but it didn't seem to be working for me. Like this kind of thing. But all I'm doing there, it seems to me, is putting paint on there and putting paint on the brush. My finger just seized up a bit there, my little finger. So instead what I've been doing is this. Putting a bit of blood splatter on that one. I think with the zombies as well, it works quite well with this blood splatter. Just like smeared all over various bits of the miniature, like it's on her legs more than anything there. But I think I'm bringing that close to the camera like you can see it. But yeah, I think it's just a nice little addition to the miniature. I will post it Warhammer 40k Orcs. Yeah, Warhammer 40k Orc Community is the Facebook group, or the Discord as well, I think. And I need to get some on the base there as well, I just remembered. But, interestingly, there's bits of blood splatter across this white pad that I've got here. I just can't seem to get it right for the old... Can't seem to get it right for actually landing on the miniature, or not to a noticeable degree anyway. Oh, he's got to load up his arm there now. And on his legs, that's what we like. Just dragging it across though creates a nice little drag mark of blood and stuff, so I quite like that. I don't want to chuck it all over the base and completely overpower it. Oh, he's got loads on his arm there. Look at that, he's all gory now. And he's got that bit bleeding out of his eyes as well. I think that's about enough. Now I'm going to try and get these 2 miniatures painted that are in the background here. So we've got 6 zombies complete now. Of the 16 I wanted to try and get done on stream. But hey, that's alright. Because that's 6 more than I had painted on Friday. So now on to these 2. Let's get that toothbrush out of the way. I might need to take another little comfort break, but we'll see. Oh, Clint's just put the link to the 40k Facebook community. Or community rather, if you want to click that link and follow it. I'm going to have a nice little comfort break now and sort myself out, and I'll come back ready and raring to go with more painting of miniatures. I'll be back with you shortly. Oh yes, yes indeed. Ah, that's the wrong camera! Here we go, that's better. Nice little transition back to the camera we wanted. Yeah, it's just cool to see people creating and just doing hobby. So I'll have a quick look at that myself. Hopefully it's at the top there. Getting distracted as I'm thinking. That's 15 hours ago, so that's not now. Oh yeah, the tank. That's brilliant. Nice. Am I okay to share this on stream, Glenn? To get a picture of it up on the screen there. You all right with that? Because I'd like to take a look at that on the old big screen rather than just the phone. I can see you've used a lot of terrain kits in there. Nice. Just the tank is halfway through, and I go by the 4-foot rule. Yeah, that's it. That's what I do. As long as your miniatures look good from, you know, the distance your eyes will be away from it on the tabletop, unless your table's up here. Then it's gonna be good, isn't it? In my opinion. Right, let's get some black first. I've lost my black. Black Templar. Sure, nice one. I'll quickly share that on screen now. Before we do art else. I'll probably have to, yeah, 4-foot rule is a good rule to adhere to. Definitely agreed there. I just realised I've not done something before I've started the stream, so it's just going to appear with a black screen at first. And then I will bob into, where's the 40k or community? 40k or community. Your shortcuts. It's being very slow, this. Oh, am I still? No, that's just my channel. Cool. Right, come on, load up, you little beggar. And it's just me, myself, and I. Look at that! Right, so we've got a black screen at the moment. Don't worry though, I'm sorting it. Properties. That one, look at that. It's a beauty. This is fantastic. So you just taken the rhino, literally stuck it on top, and it gives you that silhouette there of the old of the kill tank sort of thing, because it's the big sort of lumbering vehicles kill tanks. Nice with the boy sticking out the top there as well, pointing, and got his shooter up in the air by the looks of it. And then yeah, you can see the barrel of the tank, the barrel of the gun. Here, fantastic. Dozer blade beneath it as well. Gives it again that sort of kill tank reminiscent silhouette there, so you know exactly what it is. Good touch with the grot with the scope, poking his head out the side door up here. So he's like looking for the next plausible target. Big shooter just like welded onto the side there. Nice terrain hatch here on the side to show a nice bit of orky ingenuity, and then the exhaust stacks on the back as well. Terrain piece there from the Sector Mechanicus terrain, I believe. Brilliant stuff. Love it. And then the container terrain piece here with an orky glyph on the front of it to make it look proper orky, good and proper. Nice. Brilliant stuff, mate. I'll come back to the zombies. My cursor's over on the other screen. I'll come back to the zombies just now. Where's my cursor? There it is. I've lost my cursor. Desk down. There we go. Brilliant stuff, mate. Nice little bit of orkiness to brighten our day, brighten our morning. It's not all blood, zombies and gore here. You're going to smash this. Oh yeah, right, I've read that one. We're all learning. Yeah, don't worry about the painting. Just cool to see minis creating and whatnot. 4-foot rule is a good one to adhere to. I used a lot from Conquest. Yeah, I've got a couple of rhinos, Death Guard rhinos from Conquest and that. And terrain pieces as well that I could be using for something similar. Yeah, so some good ideas to be taken from that for sure. I'm trying to do the Land Raider as a Raven Guard, but I can't get the black right. I think check out Spray Black Studios on YouTube, because he's done some grimdark Raven Guard. Where he's done like a dirty, gritty colour scheme for Raven Guard recently. He's got I really like the flesh tone he managed to achieve on the Raven Guard there, which some people, well, I find it hard to achieve that sort of pale flesh tone anyway, that pallid flesh. You think it'd be as simple as slapping on a bit of pallid witch flesh, but it's not necessarily. But yeah, the black on the armor as well was pretty good. So yeah, definitely check out Spray Black Studios on YouTube. Hopefully that'll be of some help to you. Right, so I was going to do a bit of black, wasn't I, to start? Way, she fell over. You fell over. You fell over. The rust is progress, yeah. So many nice little details, nicely done. Whoa, says Clint. Essex boys, Essex boys, la 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 la. Oh, oh, oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Just realised I've missed a bit of a foot, which is exposed on her right foot. Because this one's got strappy sandal shoes on. Not strappy sandal shoes, but you know, strappy shoes. Whereas the other one has like a complete shoe, not a strappy shoe. This Black Templar doesn't want to go on, it seems. I think this one's got a red dress. Oh yes, she's got a red dress, this one, on the one I've done already. So I don't want to do red on this one. Tank Busters, I love Conquest, so many bits, exactly, yeah. I used another Conquest Rhino to make a truck for my Rocket Boys Tank Busters, nice one. Brilliant stuff. Yeah, I think I picked three issues up with the main part of the Rhino in. Maybe 4, I can't remember actually. But I've got a few Marine armies, Death Guard, and I was doing pre-Heresy Thousand Suns, so I was contemplating using the Rhino for that. But I've never got around to, you know, finishing or even really starting my Thousand Suns. So the Rhinos are just sat there at the minute. Did I say Death Guard? If I did, I meant Deathwing. No, I didn't. Didn't mean Deathwing. I meant Death. What are they called? Deathwatch. I think I only heard about it because a Big Mac Dance School video came up on my suggested for one issue. Nice one. One of the issues, and it literally came out in Australia the next week. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. It's coming out in America soon as well, which is good. Finally, hopefully they'll get new text in the magazine now, because we're in 9th edition now, so any rules that need tweaking and changing. I mean, 9th is pretty similar to 8th from what I understand. I've not played a game of it yet myself, but any rules that need tweaking and changing, you don't want to be creating confusion by having the 8th edition rules where the 9th edition rules should be in the magazine. Actually looks alright on that side. I might leave it as is. I hope they get Conquest over in the US eventually. Yeah, I think they are doing. I think from the last I heard, when, or you know, a similar time to when the UK gets the next iteration, shall we say, of a Conquest style magazine for 40k, the US is going to get Conquest. That's the latest information I heard. I think it was the Hobby Corner, Kev at the Hobby Corner. Check him out if you've not already done so. Another member of the Chili More Gamers community, as is Spray Black Studios. Yeah, I think I got the information from him. Basically, they're finally getting Conquest in the US, and in the UK we're getting the next iteration of, you know, a Conquest style magazine, and it's going to be called, I can't remember, Imperium or something. Warhammer 40,000 Imperium, something like that. But there's a little bit of speculation as to what it actually is going to be at the minute. So some people are suggesting it might be something more like you get small amounts of each faction, which for the premium subscription of Mortal Realms, you got like 4 different factions, small amounts of them, and I think a lot of people really like that premium subscription. So you're not just, if you're collecting the magazine week after week, you'll end up with like a combat patrol, or like I can't remember what the detachments are called in 40k now, but one of the smaller, a patrol detachment. You'll end up with a patrol detachment for a few different factions, I think, and then probably by the end of it you might have a couple of bigger detachments for I think I'll do this lab with a black hoodie this time. I've not got a black hoodie on that one, have I? No, it's like a white hoodie. Yeah, so you might have a combat patrol for a few different detachments, and then a for like a couple of bigger detachments for certain factions, like Necrons and Space Marines, I imagine. But that's all speculation at the moment. I ended up with 3 repulsors. They are still on sprue. I think I've got 3 repulsors and they're still on sprue for me as well. But I'll be chucking them into my Imperial Fists at some point, I think. Yeah, an Indomitus version would be cool. Especially if it comes with some of the terrain and extra stuff. I ended up with 2 copies of Indomitus due to an ordering mistake. Wow. Did you have to pay for both copies, or did you just pay for one? That's brilliant. If you in Oz, you can't get the premium of Mortal. That's a shame, isn't it? Great stream, Dan. Thanks very much. Stay safe all and keep on hobbying. Wow. I'm off to go litter picking. Brilliant stuff, man. Enjoy your day. Yeah, terrain is always good, exactly. Terrain is always good. Bye at Essex Boys, says Daka Daka Flame. Daka Daka Flame. Yeah, I'm wearing a black hoodie, so why don't I do a black hoodie on this guy, eh? A brilliant idea, isn't it? It's interesting streaming for a little bit longer. Like, I don't always stream for over 2 hours. I might do black shorts on him as well, we'll see. I don't always stream for over 2 hours, so it's interesting seeing the different people come and go throughout the stream. It's a slightly different feel to it, rather than when you're on the Tuesday nights when I used to do the streams. I tend to get the same people popping in and hanging out for a big chunk of the stream. But it's slightly different on Sunday mornings when people are starting the days and stuff. Here we go, look at that, black going down. Yeah, but I got both at 20% off, so I'm splitting the second as gifts for mates. That's brilliant, man. Yeah, you've got loads of mates that you want to give little birthday gifts to. A unit here, a unit there, that kind of thing. Not even birthday gifts, just gifts in general. If you're feeling generous throughout the year. Brilliant stuff. I heard on BBC News this morning that Britain are looking at getting in on the basically the Pacific Rim trade agreement. So the nations a lot of the nations around Pacific Rim are in a trade union, so they can trade with each other. So nations like Japan, I think, Australia, and various others around the Pacific Rim, they are in a trade agreement. And if Britain get in that, then hopefully, fingers crossed, there won't be such steep import taxes on British products, so GW potentially, fingers crossed, I'm not saying it will, but fingers crossed, could become a little bit cheaper for Australians, people in Australia and people in New Zealand. Because I know Australia's import tax is really high, isn't it? And that's part of the reason the price is so high of GW products. Sure, it's not the only reason, because GW's, the way they translate the prices, they keep it as simple as possible so they don't lose out, basically, I think. and it means that you do pay more than if you just googled the exchange rate and converted it yourself from pounds to Australian dollars. But the likelihood of GW dropping prices because import taxes drop, you know, it's dubious as to whether that would actually happen. I don't know. I can't decide myself if it would or not. Prices don't tend to drop as quickly as they rise, do they? Oh, people who missed out, that is. Trans-Pacific Partnership, it's probably that, yeah. We call it Good Beaches. Oh, Good Beaches tax, right? I think we pay some of the most inflated prices here, even before GST. What's GST? General Sales Tax or something. Yeah, so yeah, I think it's the Trans-Pacific Partnership or something like that. And apparently Joe Biden was talking about taking America into that agreement as well. So it'd mean if both Britain and America went into that agreement that Britain will be able to trade with America a little bit more readily than they have thus far. Well, we're only about 31 days into the post EU Britain, so. But it's interesting times for sure. We'll see prices changing around the world when trade relations change. 10% sales tax. We pay like 20% sales tax effectively. It's called value added tax over here, VAT. You'll hear people refer to it as. Yeah, so it's. I'm going to do a sock black as well, just for expediency. Yeah, so we pay like 20% sales tax, but it's all calculated at the price point. So rather than when you get to the till, like in America, I don't know if it's like that in Australia, you get used to doing it, but when you're on holiday there and the price on the shelf says something like $6, you get to the checkout, the cash register, the till, and then they say it's like $7. It's like what? Because over here it's all included on the price on the shelf. So you don't have to work it out when you get to the till. What I'm going to do with shoes? I'm liking this black socks, black hoodie combination so far then. Oh yes, look at him, he's looking good. Looks a bit like me, this lad. Never knew what VAT standard stood for. Yeah, it's a value added tax. So anything that's not a necessity has value added tax on it. And so necessities are things like food, like store cupboard staples, like your beans, and something that's not a luxury food wise. Interestingly, I think cake doesn't have VAT, but biscuits do, or vice versa, something like that. So there's a thing called the Jaffa cake over here, which is always on the biscuit aisle in supermarkets in the UK, and it's like a soft, cakey-like biscuit, but it is a biscuit. No matter what anybody else tells you, it is a biscuit, not a cake. But it's there's weird things where some things that you'd expect to have value-added tax added onto them do, and some things don't. It's goods and services basically. But your store cupboard staples like your bread, your milk, your cheese, stuff like that doesn't have VAT on it. But luxury items that you don't need to survive, they will have VAT on it, and things like. So chips has no VAT. Yeah, probably chips have no VAT because it's potato basically, so it's considered like store cupboard staples. They are essential in England, that's right. And Yeah, basically it's weird, some of the things that do have VAT, some of the things that don't have VAT. But it's that kind of thing. Whoa, I've just gone chilly. So it's 10:50 now. I've been streaming for nearly 3 hours. I'm going to need another comfort break now, you know. And I'm going to grab myself some water and that. Comfort break. I'm going for a wee, basically. So I'll put you on the whole screen again, and I'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere. Don't change that channel. Absolutely, chips are essential in England. I'm more of a fan of rice than potato myself, though. So, you'll often catch me with a bit of fish and rice rather than fish and chips. But it's not like chippy fish. Chippy fish is cooked in batter, typically, and deep fried. Whereas what I have is like smoked fish and rice or something like that, or spicy piri-piri fish and rice, like a mackerel and rice, something like that. Ooh. What colour shorts has he got? Oh, he's got a light blue short. I don't know. So this is the same lad that I'm working on now. I'm tempted to keep his shorts grey, to be honest, with red stripes maybe. Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's get the Basilicanum grey out. The Basilicanum grey never wants to close properly. There's always a slight gap in the lid, which I know a lot of GW pots are a bugger for like that. But it's just a little bit irritating. A little bit irritating. Oh, I've missed a bit of black on his hoodie there. Need to go back in and address that before I approach the shorts. Yeah, so fingers crossed in the future you'll get a little bit in Australia, a little bit cheaper GW products. But I wouldn't hold your breath. Because like I said, prices tend to rise quicker than they fall. When taxes go up, they'll rise, but they won't necessarily fall when the taxes are going back down, will they? We'll just do a bit of black on his headphones as well. Oh, it doesn't seem to want to go on to it. Bit irritating. It's very irritating. Never mind a bit irritating. Get a bit on there and then just wash a bit off. See if we can get it to go. No, it's not going on. That is quite irritating, that. I'm just trying to get a bit of black onto his headphones, but it doesn't seem to want to adhere to it. Which is strange. You can see the headphones because it's sort of pooling in the... I think maybe my brush is a bit too wet or something. Sort of pooling in the recesses around the headphones. if my brush is wet, it's basically turning it into a wash rather than a sort of glaze, which contrast paints kind of are. Ink and ink. Let's see. I think the miniature's just a bit too wet now as well. I'll leave it as is for the time being. Let's just drop a bit of This isn't. Maybe I've just not got enough paint on my brush. It's not succeeding here at all at the minute. Right, so I'll close the black. Oh, that's the Basilicanum Grey. That's why it's not looking very good. I opened the wrong paint. What a numpty. How not to paint with contrast paints with Big Mac Dance School. Welcome to this episode of How Not to Paint with Contrast Paints. I'm your host, Big Mac Dance School, and today I'll be showing you how not to paint with Basilicanum Grey. Stay tuned for future episodes of How Not to Paint with Black Templar and How Not to Paint with Flesh Terror Red. There we go, we can see his headphones now. Looks almost like a stethoscope. Just get a bit more on his sock there. A bit there. Like a washed out grey hoodie this now. A washed out black hoodie rather. Right. I've recently found contrast useful for so many applications. Yeah, me too, mate. I love contrast paints myself. For me, for my painting style and my amount of effort I like to put in, it's the fantastic set of paints. For the most part, you know, there's things I probably wouldn't want to use them for, but for the most part, I really enjoy using them. Just the way they run into the recesses and darken them up, it just saves on that, having that step of having to wash stuff. That's an iPad on his thigh, isn't it? An iPod, I just realised. Or, you know, some other kind of MP3 player or phone. Maybe it's a Zune. Were they called Zunes, the Microsoft version of an iPod? I think they were, basically. You can barely see it there. But I might come back in with white and just readdress that. Some banking going on next door, I don't know if you can hear that. If you can, do apologise. Right, what colour shoes should we do? I might do red shoes and then drop a bit of red into the stripes on his shorts as well. What colour should we do for her dress? We've already got a red one over there. I think I'll do a hair grey actually while I've got the Basilicanum Grey out. Is that Basilicanum Grey still? I think it is. Yeah. I might go, no, it's going to be too similar, isn't it? I was going to say I'll go for a grey jacket on the thingy, but it'll be too similar to her hair, I think. That's the danger anyway. Should we do a green suit, perhaps, for this lady? Yellowy green, Plague Bearer Flesh, why not? Joshua Swan, welcome to the chat, mate. Good to have you here. Still haven't used contrast yet. Oops, old school painter here. No worries, mate. It's good to keep your old school painting muscles nice and stretched and warmed up. I've been painting some old school paints mixed with contrast paints recently. With the Sisters of Battle here, I'll try and get this to focus for you, so you can take a look. I don't know if this is my best miniature, my worst miniature, or what. Let me just adjust this focus on the camera. I should have that open actually over here, I think. Yes, I do. Let's adjust this focus. 50 odd. Focus. There we go. So I've been mixing contrast paints and traditional painting style here for this Adeptus Sororitas of the Ardent Shroud. Yeah, so I used metallics on. I'm really happy with this mithril silver I used over a lead belcher, and then I ran some athematic blue into the recesses of the armour. Or was it athematic blue? I think it was. It was either athematic blue or really watered down Talisar blue contrast paint, one of the two. And then I used things like Flesh Terror on the gun, which is contrast, and Flesh Terror on the robes. And then I think, did I use Skeleton Horde on the robes over... no, I don't think it was... Was it Skeleton Horde? I might use Skeleton Horde on the robes, basically, over a Rakarth Flesh. And it's a mixture of the two styles, and then gave it a marble effect on the base using contrast paints as well. So I painted the bases black, and then I went over with Apothecary White in a thick line, and then thinner lines of Apothecary White, and then I gave it a varnish of a mixture of Lamy and Medium with Ardcoat to make it not too shiny, but a little bit shiny and reflective. So if you hold it at the right angle, you can sort of see a reflection of the miniature stood on top of it. There we go. That's a shadow rather than a reflection, isn't it? But you get the idea. But yeah, I've been using a mixture recently. And had a disaster where I dropped a lamp, one of my lights that I use for filming. I dropped it onto some of the miniatures I'd painted and broke 3 of them, so I'll have to fix them up at some point in the not too distant future. Sisters look ace, thank you very much. Yeah, I want to pick up some contrast for horses and other stuff I usually can't be arsed with. Yeah, it's definitely a way to speed up certain things for sure. Right, so we want the focus back down to about 40 now, don't we? Yeah, 38 should do us. Yeah, thanks very much for that, for the compliment on the Sisters. Actually, I quite like the look, the way that recess paint is. Recess paint? I don't know if I should just come closer to the camera now, because my hand's going to be here a lot, isn't it? So I'm just trying to get that focus right. Yeah, so anyway, let's, should I keep his trainers white, paint them a pale blue maybe, a purple, an orange, you know what, orange. That marble effect looks so cool, thank you very much. I've just realised after I've done it, this is one of the miniatures I broke, by the way, a Repentia with a chainsaw. The chainsaw's completely gone, but I've done like a different consistency of effect. Unfortunately on the two bases, because I painted them like a week apart. So this one's got a lot. This one's got a lot of marbling in it. That one's got a little less. But I think they're close enough that it's not going to be too much of an issue for me. Some other people might like to go in and reassess the situation, but myself, I'm a bit more like, you know, yeah, it looks alright, looks good enough. Skeleton Horde is hands down the best. Second place is the grey, the Basilicanum grey. Yeah, it can be used in a lot of places instead of like Null Oil. It doesn't give you as dirty a look, as oily a look as the Null Oil does. I think I'll try and leave a white midsole on these shoes as well. Look at that shoe. Looking lovely. So now if I can match the other one, it'll look okay. These shoes. They will look okay, rather. I was tempted to try and cut that bit of plastic off, but I think I'll leave it for the time being. I don't know if I've cut it off. My other ones, to be honest. My other runners, I don't think I have. No, I've left it on, so I think I'll leave it on. Just it'll make the miniature more secure on its base. So I'm reluctant to take it away. Because I don't want to be like accidentally leaning on the miniature and it snap off the base because it's only got one contact point, rather than the two that it's supposed to have. Went over his sock there, but it's got the darker contrast colour underneath, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Oh no, I'm going all over the base there. Not to worry though, I'll go back in with the Celestial Grey afterwards and sort of re-establish that as the colour on the base. Yeah, I'm liking that with the orange trainers. Looking nice. Looking nice. Wondering if I should try and drop some orange into the thingy there. Oh, let's give him the orange iPod as well, I think. So it kind of matches that. Like he's tried to match his outfit to his device. Yeah, that'll do. Sort of see a little hint of orange there, gives you that triangle of colour that decent painters are often talking about. Snakebite is probably my number 3. Yeah, it's a good one, Snakebite. I like it myself. As soon as I saw the name of the paint, I was like, oh yeah, this has got to be good if it's anything like the old Snakebite leather. It's not quite like the old Snakebite leather, but I'm quite fond of it so far. Right, I need to actually put a bit more of a flesh colour on her foot before I go in with the green on the dress here. And I'm going to go in with Plague Bearer flesh on this dress. It might not be quite right, I might not like the result, but I'm going to give it a go. See what happens. Kind of a deal. What's that? Nasdrag? Skeleton Horde. We were just talking about that. Let's keep that handy actually, because I could use that. I could do brown instead of a green. No, I think I'll go in with the green, but I wanted the flesh colour first, didn't I? Dark Earth Flesh, not that one. We want Gilliman Flesh, don't we? Gilliman Flesh contrast paint. I still have an 80s pot of Snakebite. Nice. I had, when I rediscovered my old paints and stuff, I found an old starter paint set from the 90s. And it had things like my Mithril Silver in, I think. It might have had Mithril Silver in, it might have been the bolt gun metal that it had in. But basically these pots. These ones. And that, such a shiny silver, really nice in my opinion. But yeah, you can still get some of them paints from Coat d'Arms, can't you? And I think they're similar sort of consistency as and Bronze Flesh, yeah, classic. Similar sort of consistency to what they were as well. Oh, you know what? Oh, good job I flipping nearly swore there. Good job I saw that then, because I left the lid open and I would have completely forgotten about that. Just go in here with this as well. Try and imply the flesh on the inside there. That just looks a bit dark now. Looks like she's got a different colour undergarment on. Goblin green for basing. Classic, isn't it? Classic. Can't beat it. Unless you've got a big stick. Beat it with a big stick. Just going to go in on some of the jewellery she's wearing here. With this Nasdrag yellow. Attempt to make it look like gold without actually cracking out a metallic paint. I think. She's got like a necklace on as well. It's hard to tell. They're not the most defined of miniatures, these Zombicide ones. But they are, they're nice miniatures nonetheless. Like for the type of miniature they are, what you got to realise is these are, I said it at the start of the stream and I'm saying it again now, these are like chaff miniatures for me. So, you know, you're going to have loads of them. So you just want to get them to a basic tabletop standard in my opinion. I can't believe the Necromunda box had photos of gangers with green bases. Did it? Oh, you mean the old school Necromunda box? It was just how you did it in the early 90s. Yeah, you mean the old school Necromunda box. Yeah, so yeah, these gangers are living in these urban environments in these hive cities that are just like structures of metal and, what do they call it? Not concrete, but something crete. And yeah, so there's no green around in these areas that they're supposed to be living in, but they still did the base in with the classic goblin green and the grass flock, stuff like that. It was just how you did it. My top 5 from Deca Flame: Mornfang Brown, it's a brilliant one. Basilicanum Grey, lovely. Snakebite Leather, yes. Black Templar, a lot of people really like Black Templar. And Talosar Blue. Yeah, Talosar Blue is, when I didn't have it, like I looked at that, I thought, no, I'm not really probably not gonna use that, but I actually really like it. It's quite similar to something like a Macragge Blue. Like it's almost like a hint of purple in there, but it's clearly blue. But then when I saw this, I was like, yes, I'm having that colour, the Aethematic Blue. But it's very subtle, the Aethematic Blue. I painted his pants in Aethematic Blue, and it looks like a kind of washed out denim. I like it. But yeah, the Talosar Blue is lovely. Rockreet, yes, Rockreet, thank you very much. I knew it was like concrete, but different. I wanted to say something else, but I can't remember what I wanted to say now. Maybe I was going to say Rockreet. Oh my god, this is an awful colour. This is an awful colour for this poor lady to be wearing. She's just got some bad fashion advice, I think. Yeah, Rockreet. I was thinking of like Ceramite and stuff like that. Ferrocrete, I was going to say, I think. I don't know, I was going to say Ferrocrete. It's like iron concrete, that, wouldn't it? That's what that would be. Oh yeah, I forgot she's got a booty out this one. Oh, I've got a little buzz on my phone. Oh yes, chilling wargamers. Oh, Earhawks Mini's just posted a new video. I wonder if he's doing a live stream, because he's been doing a lot of live streams recently. And I am near the end of this live stream. So if he is doing a live stream, basically I'm going to finish it when I finish these 2 minis, this live stream. If he is doing a live stream, I might pop on over there to his channel, and you're welcome to join me for a little bit as I start work on my next 8 miniatures. I could try and stream all day, but it's coming up to midday now and I'm going to want some lunch soon. Should we give her a bit of a red thong situation? Or should we do it black? Why do these zombies all wear thongs? I'm more a fan of the French style myself. With like the trunk style knickers, underwear. Yeah, that's a strange colour for her to be wearing, isn't it? Looks really washed out on camera as well, so I don't think that helps. What colour top do I see her wearing? Should we go the same colour, like it's a skirt suit? I think maybe we have to. Or should we go with the darker green, the Militarum green? GW has been good with the old school models, Zota, etc. recently. I painted up the squats from Necromunda, made me nostalgic for the old Gorka Morka stuff and early Necromunda. Yeah, it'd be really cool if they brought a bit of Gorka Morka back with some nice new orc sculpts or something. If they didn't do new orc kits, like a lot of people think orcs need new kits in 40k. I'm personally, they need certain kits updating, I think, like tank busters and commandos. They could do with like a dual kit for them, I'd say. They need certain kits updating, in my opinion. But the boys kit, I am one of those people that I'm reluctant to say I want a new kit for it, because I think they'll take away the interchangeability of the kits. As soon as you update that boys kit, I think your interchangeability of orc kits will be gone. So I'm reluctant to say I want a new boys kit. But what they could do is unique sculpts if they wanted to really expand the orc range and sort of slowly ease people into the idea of not having these interchangeability of the kits. They could release some orc sculpts through Gorkamorka or through Kill Team or something like that, and sort of ease us into the idea. The boys is still gold, exactly. That's my opinion as well. There's such interchangeability, and I don't think you're going to get that when they update the kit. So easy for upgrade bits like our boys, etc. Exactly. My sentiments, exactly. You know what? I'll do a brown. Could do skeleton horde. No, do a brown. I've used too much skeleton horde, I think. Gorgrunter fur jacket. Yeah, the boys kit for me is fantastic. A lot of people don't like the knob in it, but I don't mind having that knob that's a little bit smaller than your average knob, because his legs are boys' legs essentially. Oh yes. I don't know who's been dressing these women in this game, but hey. I'm not one to judge. Here we go. Here we go. Just need to decide what colour to do that thong. Thong. And I'm thinking, I'm leaning towards red. Just so you notice it.
From the summer nights to the pouring rain, I shared a drink or two with a hurricane. I'll never forget those nights you said this was forever. I can't believe the last 10 years, a couple broken hearts and a burned out fear of the unknown. But we can sleep on the train ride home. But I found peace in the storm.
Oh yeah.
And all I ever wanted was to feel alive. For the first time I spent my evening chasing runaways as they slow dance through the storm. And in the quiet of the morning I heard the stories of a stranger.
Right. She's looking interesting, isn't she? Right. I'll get some pictures up on my Instagram of all the miniatures I've painted once I've finished my miniatures for the day. Just need to go in with the base, sort the base out on this one, and then do some blood splatter on that. And I think that's pretty much it for the miniatures I'll be painting on stream anyway. Ooh, what's going on in the chat? I picked up 2 Hard Boys kits and stick bombs recently, old metal minis. Old metal bits rather. We're going to get new boys eventually, but I think the guard mids, Eldar, all have worse basic infantry than us. The Eldar are a bit of a bugger to put together because the legs come as separate components and stuff. But I actually like the look of the kit, the Guardians kit. I'm a fan of it myself. So if you're talking about basic infantry, then I would say the Eldar are the lowest priority of those particular ones. The Guard and Nids, the Nids kits look like bugs, but again, I think they're a bit of pigs to put together and stuff. I don't have too much experience with them myself. But yeah, the Guard are just like, the Guard really need updating because they've just got big heads, big wrists, horrible faces. They need like females chucked in there as well, in my opinion. Not necessarily with boob armor, just like more feminine faces and stuff. And the way they've done with Necromunda, with a lot of the gangs in Necromunda, with the second lot of releases for the gangs in Necromunda, I think they've done that quite well in Necromunda. And sometimes it comes down to how you paint the face as well, so it's up to the miniature. I don't know what's going on next door, there's a lot of rumbling. It's like someone's dragging a dead body across the floor. A heavy dead body. But yeah, there's you can make a miniature look female even if it's not got feminine features initially. But yeah, I think Guard needs updating, and Nids probably, yeah. I'm not too familiar with the Nids like Gaunt kits and Gank kits and stuff. Gaunts and Gants. Right, what did we want to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to do a bit of red on her thong, didn't I? I forgot immediately. Guardians, who uses them anyway? Yeah, a lot of people use the thingies instead, don't they? The Dire Avengers. Which, I remember a few years ago, when they changed the Dire Avengers kit to a 5-man box instead of a 10-man box. And it was something like 30 quid for 10, and then they put it to like 25 quid for a 5-man box, and it was like, what? It's like you're getting half the miniatures and you're paying 5 or less than you pay for 10 men. It's like, it was awful that when they did that. I did like that limited orc they did over New Year's. Yeah, that's the thing with special releases and limited releases and stuff like that. I'm into them doing hard to repose sculpts. I'm into that idea, but for the range overall, in my opinion, they need to keep as much interchangeability with things like boys and looters and stuff as much as possible. So, because orc players, a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time by nature, are converters and kit bashers. So they enjoy that interchangeability. That's a big part of the hobby for them. But GW need to make it as easy as possible so people don't get daunted when they get a miniature that's seemingly got a single pose, and so they don't have to chop up the miniature, because as soon as someone starts having to chop up a miniature to convert it and bash it and stuff, people are more reluctant to do it because they don't want to waste money, basically. So yeah, it's a definite little. See how these are coming along. Not bad, not bad. And let's get them based and stuff. Yeah, so it's a balancing act for GW, I think, going forward when they do eventually update the orc range, because I'm sure they will eventually. I think the issue is the Eldar Aspect Warriors. Yeah, that's for sure. They've still got certain sculpts like Warp Spiders, which are the same sculpts as the 90s. I've got the same sculpts they're selling on the website now. It's just they're in fine cast rather than in metal. So yeah, absolutely agree there. And they've got a lot of resin Aspect Warriors as well. One of the most used Aspect Warriors, I think, I'm not certain, I don't know the latest rules and stuff like that because I don't keep track of it like certain people do. But I think, for me at least, one of the Aspect Warriors that got me into Eldar in the first place was Striking Scorpions. And they've got like these Predator-like minis at the minute in resin. And if it's one of the most used Aspect Warriors and it's in resin, it could do with updating, in my opinion. The Banshees got updated first, and that was probably to sell more Banshees, frankly. To be a bit cynical about it, it was probably to, rather than update the most popular one first, or what in my mind was, but I could be wrong. They updated the Banshees first in order to sell more Banshees, because it's a plastic Aspect Warrior kit. So who isn't going to want them? And there's I don't know if you've seen it, but Pete the Wargamer did a conversion using the plastic Howling Banshees miniatures to convert a plastic Striking Scorpion, which was a pretty cool conversion, I've got to say. He does a lot of kit bashing and convert. Young Pete. If you are not aware of his channel, but he's got a much bigger channel than me, so I'm sure you've seen him, even if it's just in passing. Although there are plenty of channels out there that I have not subscribed to until recently. But having said that, they, you know, big channels is what I mean. But having said that, they are new channels, even though they're big already. They've achieved that YouTube success early on in their career. People like Midwinter Minis and Broadsword Wargaming. Midwinter Minis, I know, is only like a year old, just over a year old. What is that noise next door? It must be a drilling or something. I don't know if you can hear it, and if you can, I do apologise, but hey, these things happen. It annoys me that rules seem like if it's not in the kit, it isn't in the rules. So Orcs lost a lot of options. Yeah, that's one of the reasons Big Mech with Custom Force Field disappeared. And then they give you a they say, well, you've got the Meganob armor one still, the one in Mega Armor still. So what you whinging about? But the one in Mega Armor is so slow, it's ridiculous. And they take away a lot of the rules. Like it used to be that if the Big Mech with Custom Force Field was in a vehicle, the area of effect of the Custom Force Field was radiating from the vehicle rather than from the character. And now it is instead that it protects the vehicle, but it doesn't protect anything away from the vehicle. So effectively it's radiating from the character, which actually makes more sense lore-wise when you think about it. But it's, you know, they take miniatures and rules and options away, and it's going to be a little frustrating, isn't it? Especially when you used to be able to have a Big Mech on bike with Custom Force Field. So you'd have a mobile Custom Force Field, basically, that was able to race around the battlefield supporting units that were in need of it. Whereas, more recently, you've not been able to do that. Until, obviously, they've reintroduced the unit now, I think. Which is good. Good news for Orc players and collectors. Yeah, it's definitely a drill, that next door. It's not someone dragging a dead body across the floor like I thought at first. Commandos used to get big shooters and burners, yeah. I bought when it went to made to order, or you know, when they were getting rid of it, like last chance to buy. I bought one of the Commandos with burners, or with was it a burner or a scorcher? I can't remember. I think it was probably a burner because it looks like the Burner Boy's burner. But I'll just have to use him as a. Standard burner now. But I just wanted the mini, so I had a copy of that mini. Which I think a lot of people have that habit, don't they? They want, like, especially Orc players, they want one of every mini in the range. And that's, I think, why a lot of people fall into the habit of when a new mini comes out, you just buy it. Possibly why I fell into that habit anyway. I remember back in third when Custom Force Field was a vehicle upgrade that made it no longer count as open tops when rolling on the damage table. That's actually an interesting rule. A little underpowered compared to even now, I'd say. Even now with the updated Custom Force Field rules. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I wasn't around in 3rd edition. I started in 2nd edition, then I stopped for ages. Kind of dipped my nose back into the hobby when Lord of the Rings came out. And picked up some 40k units as well and stuff over the years. Well, when I say when Lord of the Rings came out, probably after Lord of the Rings came out, really. But when the Lord of the Rings game was out, basically. When it was released and a few years after the release, but more just like building and painting. I've never been into the social side of the hobby as much as other people tend to be. because I'm quite an introverted person anyway, so I like to crack on with my own hobby, and I don't do much gaming. I just do a fair bit of painting, bit of building, stuff like that. Quite often for me, the building is the most satisfying part of it. So that's why I've got so many unpainted miniatures that I can say I'm going to paint 365 miniatures this year, and it not even be an issue because I've obviously got 365 miniatures I've not painted. Right. These ones are nearly ready for the blood splatter and stuff. Nice little crew here, isn't it? Forming. Crew of zombies. Oh yeah, look at them go, look at them go. I'm a zombie! I'm shambling across the road. That's my zombie impression, just in case you didn't know. I turned the old Gaz into my Mega Nob leader because you can't have any war boss in Mega Armor yet. It's irritating. They're legends as well now, aren't they? Except for Gazkul, maybe he beats up anyone who tries to wear Mega Armor. It's just daft that in the lore, isn't it? If he's the leader of the Y, he should be able to get whatever armor he wants. And if Gazkul isn't in that part of the galaxy, then it doesn't make any sense for them not to have that available to them. I really hope they bring back War Boss in Mega Armor. I think a lot of people do, to be fair. Raven's Rub Miniatures, welcome. Hi pal, how's it going? Good, cheers mate. I'm just painting up some zombies from Zombicide. This is miniatures 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34 for the year. And we're on day 31 of the year, so I'm a little bit ahead of myself now. I'm hoping to paint 8 more miniatures today as well. So that'll put me a long way ahead of myself. So that'll put me like a week ahead of schedule in terms of my... If you're not aware, I'm trying to paint 365 miniatures this year. So yeah, I'm just going to put some more markings on these bases. These two bases in particular. And then I'll have 8 more complete miniatures on the table. Yeah, I've got to re-attack some of these miniatures as well. Some miniatures that I finished last week and the week before, they had a lamp dropped on them, so like she's lost a sword. A sergeant has lost a sword as well, and the one holding the thing, the big inspiring thing, the relic, this thing. She's lost that as well, snapped off. So yeah, I'm doing good. Even with that breakage, I'm not too bothered about that. I'll just pin it all back into place and address that as I will. I hope they do a model for the War Boss from Dawn of War with the what was his name? The new Dawn of War or the old Dawn of War? Because if you mean the new Dawn of War, I have no idea. And if you mean the old Dawn of War, I've still no idea because I've not played it for years. But if you mean the new Dawn of War, the one with the, has it got a like power claw on a spring kind of thing? I think it has. So I assume you mean that one. Smashing it with the challenge, well done. Yeah, thank you very much. I just need to start working on the bases then, don't I? Let's do a curved shape. B. 2. Let's just do a bit of a... I'm going to do a bit of a B here. Like so, a bit of a... Basically, the road that these are supposed to be walking on, they've got like white markings on, like a lot of roads have. I'll show you. You can't see, it's all washed out, but they've got like cross the road zebra crossings, I don't know what they were called then, and they've got like numbers on certain parts of the road and stuff. So I'm going to go for a B here, on the edge of one of these bases. I'm just trying to make them look like they belong on the board. Tie them to that Zombicide board. Gorguts Headhunter. He was in all of them. Oh, was he? Wow. Yeah, so I didn't know that. Apparently, the new Dawn of War wasn't as good as like the original, but I don't know that for sure. But I didn't know the same War Boss was in all of them. To be fair, to be honest. Is he a Bad Moon? Because I think the one in the new one's a Bad Moon, isn't it? Right. Not sure how to approach this bee. See how far it curves back in. Like that kind of thing. You can't even see that on screen, can you? So I'm just trying to do a bee here in the same sort of font as is on the board. I think it's, you know, I've achieved it reasonably well. So look, that's really small, that, so maybe there and about there. Yeah, very nice. Alright, back here. And I'm not too bothered about how it looks, this, because you can see a little bit of the grey through the base, but it's just painted on road markings, and you tend to get a bit of the ground beneath it showing through. Yeah, it looks almost like a bit of a bee, doesn't it? I suppose. I'm going to plonk him down on the board and see if that looks okay. Oh, you know what? That doesn't look bad at all, that. That looks really good. I can't show you on camera, but I'll try and remember to put an Instagram picture up or something later. I'm surprised how good that looks. It's really caught me by surprise there. I think it was an evil son, but he looked yellow in the new one. Right. I think they forgot clans matter. Maybe he got booted out of the clan and he became a freebooter or something, but just liked to paint his army yellow after that. Because he wanted to distance himself from the evil sons. Who knows? I'm tempted to try and paint like one of these little leaflet thingies. Okay. But I don't know exactly. I mean, there's other things on the board here, like this flag and stuff like that, and a trash can, a bit of rubbish and beer cans and stuff. And you know what? I might try and paint one of them warning leaflets. So it's a similar size, width-wise, to that. So here we go. Here we go. Go. Now it's not this colour, that's the problem. What I'll need is like a Rakarth flesh, I think. I'm going to change colour. I was about to, you know what, I'll do the outline in this white, so I've just used a bit of the white paint. And we want like roughly A4 sort of size. Let's have another look at that. So it can be roughly slightly out of scale there, so let's get that on. Right. And then I'm going to have to paint some shadow under this, so this is going to be an interesting little challenge for me. Should do toilet roll. I'm not going to do toilet roll on this occasion, but I might do toilet roll hanging off one of the feet or something. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, I might do that, something like that in the future. Actually, it's not a bad idea. I'm going to get the Rakarth flesh now and just darken up this little bit of a leaflet that I've painted. You know what? I'll mix that in with the white actually on the palette, because I don't want it to be too dark. I'll mix a bit of the white in there. Yeah, that's better. Just lightened it up slightly. colour now. I think I need to mix a bit more white in with that. It's just looking quite reddish now, brownish reddish. Oh, actually, wow, the edges there on the corner, it looks like it's sort of curled up there a bit. What I'll do though is mix a bit more white in with that to try and get a lighter shade of a bit of pallid witch flesh in there maybe. And then I'm going to attempt to put a bit of writing over the top of it and a symbol maybe with one of my finer brushes. Yeah, I think pallid witch flesh would have been the better off-white colour of choice. Oh yeah, that's going to be better. Yes. I don't know because the crowd went, ooh, in response. Wait there. Yeah, if you just paint a corner, it looks like it's kind of folded up there. And then I'll paint a dark line around the edge of it to look like there's a bit of a shadow on the ground. Just get a bit more pallid witch flesh, just a tad. And then get a bit of water on the brush at exactly the same time. Try and blend into the corner a bit here. Oh, that's too much water, but it should work, I think. Once that dries, that'll look half decent, I reckon. I'm going to make an objective, a pile of toilet paper, nice one. There was a miniature from Foxbox Miniatures of an orc, a grot rather, a goblin, gathered up all the spare. You can't see what I've just been doing, can you? That's what I've just been doing, basically. That bit of paper there on the base. It's supposed to look like a bit of paper. I'm gonna go in with some dark paint to try and paint some text on it in the future. I say in the future, in a moment as well. Other than that, it looks a bit plain, the base, so I might try and do some skid marks again or something. Skid marks, not those kind of skid marks. Car skid marks. Good. Try with the silicon grey this time. I feel like last time it was just a bit harsh with the wildwood. Yeah, just like a random mark behind her, kind of creates a little area of interest on the base. Actually, that could work as well for the shadow. The shadow around the bit of paper. I'm trying to make it look like this corner here is raised in the air a bit. I think I've accidentally picked up a bit of the white there as well. Kind of looks interesting. Again, you can't see what I'm working on here, so I do apologise. I'm just finding it difficult. Just try to create a bit of shadow in the area on that corner that's between her legs. I've lost my brush. I've got another brush to hand, but I want to grab that one so I don't forget it's there. Well, hey, here we go. Right. I just picked up some hair off the ground and put it in my mouth. Right, I'm going to nip to the loo again, so I'm going to put the whole screen on. I'll be back soon though. Don't change that dial. Don't touch that dial. Don't change the channel. You know, I'll be back. Don't worry. Whole screen, here we come. Or do you want me to leave the zombie screen on? No, we'll have the we'll be back screen.
I'm tired of thinking about it. Just take
I'm back! Right, swig of water, and let's get these finished. Just try and make sure that's a bit dry. I'm gonna mute the mic and use my hairdryer for a moment. Don't worry, I'll be back vocally very soon. Let's get that mic muted. Snowball muting. Just warming myself up a little bit there as well. As you could see, I took great pleasure in it. Let's attempt to create a hazard sign on this little paintbrushes on this little whatchamacallit, bit of paper that I've created on the base of this miniature. So we're looking for a circle with those weird like hazard markings, basically. This. We're looking to recreate that. It's a little hard to see on camera, but that kind of thing. So we want a line, 2 lines at the bottom, or concentrate on the sort of hazard circle marking. And I'll try and keep it on camera for you as well. Let's see how that looks on there. Is that like a dark grey? It's like a brownie colour, so I think I'd probably be best with a bit of wildwood. Shall we wet that brush first? I'm using my Psycho here from Army Painter. It's got, you know, not many bristles. But hopefully it'll be sufficient to get some wildwood onto the old... look at my hands, they're filthy. Look how dirty my fingers are. That's from my new job, that. I can't seem to get them quite clean enough. I've got to remember to try and keep it on camera like that. Should we stick her on the base and then see if we can... I'm kind of wanting her, because I'm almost like writing, I'm kind of wanting her down low, I think. So I think I'd rather have her on the table. And just grab a bit of the old... Let's move this out of the way. Come on, come on now. So we want a circle in the middle. And again, I apologise that you can't see this, but... It's not leaving a mark. It's like the paint's just dried on the bristles already. When there's that little paint on the bristles, because there's barely any bristles, I think it tends to happen like that. So there's your first circle. Whew. Let's wash any paint that's on the bristles off now. Right. He goes back to check. Right, so now it's like these curved C's that sort of come off it, overlapping into, and they meet in the centre almost. Like, do you get what I mean? You can sort of see it there, can't you? It's like a triangle of curved C's. Curved C's. All C's are curved, aren't they? But you know. Right, I think that's about dry enough. I feel like it's too much paint. This is a mess. Yep, I've not managed to achieve it. It just looks like splodging on paper. But it's kind of a similar sort of reminiscent sort of look to it. You can sort of see there's markings on there, which is the main thing. Does that say warning at the top, or is it just... Yeah, I think it says warning, but it's hard to make out anyway, so what I'm going to do is just put a line across the top and then a couple of lines across the bottom. A thicker line across the top. Yeah, so it looks like a bit of paper anyway, which is the main thing, like a leaflet that's just blown across the road there. And now we get to the bit where I get to mess them all up with my Blood for the Blood God. Right, so we get the old Blood for the Blood God paint splatter thing out again. You know what, I'm not going to get my pad out this time and try and protect my desk because it doesn't seem to work anyway. What I'll do though is put these two on here, and I will try that flicking of the paint technique again, but I don't think it's gonna work. Blood for the Blood God. Get on the minis that I'm actually working on, you numpty. You can barely see them. That's the minis I'm working on. We're just winding down towards the end of the stream here. 8 more miniatures painted, or 5 more this morning, and 8 in total over the past, I don't know, like 12 hours or something, maybe a bit longer. I think, yeah, I painted them before I started watching football yesterday, actually. So it's a bit longer than that, but yeah, let's see if we can flick this time, because I've not been able to so far. No, no flicking happening there. Well, there is a bit's gone onto the base there. But it's not... Oh, there we go. Managed to flick some on there, which is good. Right, so you got a bit of a paint splatter on the bases there, but I actually found a better technique to be this. Believe it or not. Just get it and whack it. Whack it on the miniature. You get a nice bit of blood on there. In key areas, hands, face, space. Boom! And a bit more blood for the Blood God. Onto this fella. I'm trying to do drool effects for the first time after doing a whole bunch of work on Squiggoth, and it's making me a little nervous. I'm not surprised, mate. Are you using Yoo-hoo glue by any chance? Or Oohoo, as some people like to call it? Because I know a lot of people like to use that for drool effects, or is it like an actual drool effect paint kind of a thing? I'm just going to do a bit of that. That definitely doesn't work, does it? Yeah, I know a lot of people like to use the Yoo-hoo glue or Oohoo glue. Oh, it's working a bit better now. But it's just, you're just wasting so much paint doing it that way. On the, I'd rather just slap it on myself. Like this. Messed up the edge of the base there. I'll have to go back in and address that after. There we go, he's got a nice bit of blood on him now. You can't even see. But there we go. Look at that. Right, so that is about time. Yeah, you Hoogler. Nice one. It's I saw Cervantes on Twitch the other night when he was on with Orchid. He was mixing some paint in with it. So if you wanted to add any colour effect to it or anything, you can mix the paint in with it prior to sticking it on. I think it's just a case of being patient, and it's quite forgiving, you Hoogler. I think if you get a bit on a tooth and dangle it down, or on the edge of a lip or a tongue, whatever. If it's like the Norzilla miniature or something, it's got his tongue stuck out. You can dangle it down to the base kind of thing, and I feel like Yoo-hoo glue, like I've had it on my fingers before, so you can just peel it right off. So I feel like you're probably going to be all right, even if you feel like you've messed it up. You can probably just peel it off at the end. So don't try not to put it in too many like recessed areas and stuff. But yeah, it'll probably be more forgiving than you think it'll be. I imagine. So here's my little zombie crew. Tell you what, just lift that up slightly. I said lift that up slightly, didn't I? Yeah, come on now. And get a little bit. Here's my zombie crew. That's what I've done on this stream and last night as well. Nice bits of blood effect everywhere here. Looking very nice. How many is there? There's 8 there. That's unbelievable. I've got 8 zombies painted in the past 12 hours or so. Plus some Woodland Scenics water effect to add some froth and nail art beads for bubbles. Nice. That's good to know. Oh, yeah. I think I'm pretty sure you'll just be able to peel it off if you're not satisfied with it. So I think it's probably a bit less daunting than... Don't quote me on that, but like I know I can just peel it off my fingers. It's not like super glue. It doesn't set like that. It could take some of the paint beneath with it and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's rescuable, isn't it? I'm not sure it will take the paint beneath it, but you know, it's something to bear in mind. I think you'll be alright. So I'm quite satisfied with the work I've done on these zombies in the past couple of days. I'll come back to my main face camera now, even though I do like this shot with the zombies all there. Yeah, we got the Bruce Lee yellow suit zombie with the stripe on his pants there in the background. We got the fatty. He's just come from the spray shop in a car garage. This guy's got his grey suit on. He's come from work. He's wearing a yellow tie to work. Fancy boy. This lad, he's just been out for a jog in the park. Got attacked, turned into a zombie. She was just like out of the office. Got attacked, turned into a zombie. You know, all the same. This one was just picking this leaflet up to read it, and then she got attacked and bitten by a zombie, and then she started eating brains. So there we go. These things happen in the world, don't they? In the Zombicide world, anyway. So thank you very much to everyone who tuned in for the course of this stream. Over the course of this stream, it's been a fun little stream. I've been going for 3 hours, so it's been one of my longest streams in a while. Thank you very much to everyone who's watched. Like I said. Don't forget, in future streams you can donate in the super chat if you want to help support the channel. You can also donate by following the link to my Patreon. If you've not already realised I'm on Twitch, I am on Twitch. So just go to twitch.tv/BigMacDanskull or follow the link in the description below as well. That'll take you there to my Twitch. You can follow me on there, and then you can see more live streams, because I do live streams that aren't on YouTube anymore, and I am less family friendly in those live streams. Like I swear, I curse basically, but it's still, you know, the same sort of content. It's just a slightly different group of people that tend to watch me, because I think certain people are drawn towards YouTube, certain people are drawn towards Twitch, and that's just the way it is. But if you do both, feel free to check me out on Twitch as well. Thanks very much to everyone who watched. You can check out my Facebook link in the description below, and my Instagram link as well, where you'll be able to see some closer up pictures of these miniatures in the not too distant future, probably a few hours time, about 5 hours time. Yeah, check them out, and I'll see you. Oh, where am I? I'll see you on the battlefield.